Hello, hello, hello. Happy Monday, everybody. Happy Monday. I fucking hate Mondays. Did I say that? I just have to say that again because I really, realistically, really fucking hate Mondays. Okay? Hate Mondays. Okay. Don't worry. Don't you worry, my friend, because we're going to go over it. There are some pretty funny things we got to talk about. How fucking embarrassing. How embarrassing. Yeah, I got all the dates written down. Don't you worry. I wrote all those down. Yeah, embarrassing. Once again, like we'll just say, who said that would happen? Oh, I did. So, what do I know though? I'm just a dum dum. I don't know anything. I'm an idiot. I'm just a nobody. I'm irrelevant, and I don't matter according to the cult, and according to others outside of the cult. I don't matter. I'm irrelevant, and I don't know anything. I'm just stupid, and I'm just gutter trash. So what would I know about anything, right? I'm not an intelligent human. I'm not a serious person. All right. I'm just not serious about anything at all. All right. Listen, the self alpha of my hair right now, like this has been driving me nuts and I can't help it because it's the way that like I got my hair cut. But we're just okay. All right. Well, Ashley is on her way home. I send a big thank you to her for taking me to my doctor's appointment so I could have my blood work and whatnot done for my endless fucking health nightmare of my own. But thankfully it happened. She got here literally like 1 minute after they stopped the hearing. So don't worry, we're gonna replay it because we got some shit to say. It's very embarrassing for Betero. I wonder if that poor little guy is gonna have, Mr. Bradle likes whiskey during the day. So I wonder if Mr. Whiskey Tim over there is gonna get himself a good old shot of whiskey midday after that one. The tanties are real, G Money. The tanties are fucking real. If I'm Aiden, I definitely am doing this right.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
He cannot go back. All right. Just in case anybody was wondering about whether he could go back or not, he can't. He cannot go back, actually. He just can't. He can't deal with the thought of going back. Okay. Just saying. Also, before we get into this, because this is quite interesting and the exact shit show that I thought it would be, which I love as a law nerd, as somebody who wanted to be an attorney and didn't get that opportunity, because my kid's life comes before that. Her medical comes before any and all that has to do with me, and it always will when it comes to my family and my kids. But after all my years of studying law and seeing court cases, I have never seen a fucking lawyer go in and the judge say, yeah, I don't really understand what your argument is. I'm trying to take a piece of this and grasp onto it. You already had a motion to dismiss. A judge already ruled on that. You're saying it needs to be relooked at. That would be a motion for, reconsideration, which you didn't file, basically. So the judge is like looking at him like, I can't rule on motions that you didn't file, Mr. Betero, and none of this has any. And basically, the judge is like, all of the things that you wrote, give me why any of it makes sense and what evidence you have to prove any of that, why it's legally feasible, why the argument doesn't just get thrown out because of, I don't know, legal standards in cases, precedents, right? And Bettero's like, cause they changed the titles. Kate Peter, and they changed the titles. That was fucking legally embarrassing, right? That was legally embarrassing. That was embarrassing to watch. If you didn't see the thumbnail, go back and look at my thumbnail, okay? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. All right. Now, I'm going to pull it up here. Hold on. So embarrassing. So fucking embarrassing. I don't know how Bradle and Betero at this point. I don't know how they function. I really honestly don't know how they fucking function. Actually, you know what? Let me. Okay. and I muted myself by accident. I was in a rush to get out of here. So I didn't mention this earlier because I completely forgot this morning. And also, it was early. I was caught off guard. I was trying to get my kid ready to go. I was trying to get ready to go to the doctor's. Like, I hadn't had caffeine yet. My brain wasn't all there. Like, I can't. All right. I can't. So I'm going to show all the things, including if they talked after court. Don't worry. I got this. I got this, Jesse. I got this. Hey, Holly. I am so excited for your packages. I'm so excited to get snacks from Australia, which I will try some of them with you guys here live, because I think it's only appropriate that you get to see my face when I try some of them and whether I like them or not. I'm like a little kid right now. Like, I am so excited. I'm going to be counting the days until it gets here. I'll be checking every day. Like, is it going to get here yet? Is it going to get here yet? I'm so excited. I want to make fairy bread. I'm so excited for fairy bread. Like, I am such a baby. Like, I'm like excited for the smallest things that make me excited. I'm just saying. All right. If you have not already gotten your raffle tickets to the raffle, please do so. Okay. Please do so. Please get your tickets to the raffle, or spots as we call them, because they're going to go on a wheel that we're going to, do live. But please get your raffle spot skis. Okay. All the basic options and the several mystery items I'm putting in there, and I've reiterated this already, but let me just reiterate it again. They're not stickers, right? They're not stickers and stupid things. Sorry, my little wanted a pen. They're not like stickers and silly things. Like, I got big plans for this package of wonder for whoever wins it. Oh, thank you, Zona. That's really nice of you. Thank you. I appreciate you watching, my friend. I appreciate it. So make sure you get your raffle spots for the raffle. The mystery items I have that are going in there, I think you will love. And I'm one of those people that says, like, I'm going to put a few things in there, and then you're going to end up getting like a bunch of different things in there, because like that's the way my brain works. I'm one of those people that, like, when I give, I want you to like keep pulling things out until the end of time and wonder if it ever stops, right? Like, that's just like me in general, right? So, and depending on who wins, then I can better tailor what I think otherwise should go in there. But nonetheless, do not forget to get your raffle spots. We have the brand new pink slow cooker. Okay. Brand spanking new in its box, never opened, brand new. The things that are going to be personalized, like the bag and the pillowcase, the ring and the open face locket. And then you get to pick what pair of earrings you want. And then you get to pick what kind of necklace you want. So on and so forth. So make sure that you do get your spots for that. And the ways that you can get your spots for that, so it's 1 spot for 23, spots for 50. It's at the top there, 5 spots for 80, 10 spots for 150. The more you buy, basically, the more money you get off, So it's $10 off if you buy 3 for 50, if you buy them all at once versus one at a time, you know what I mean? And even more if you buy 5. So it's like a little bit more off every time. The ways you can get those spots. Yes. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. PayPal charges like me a fee. So when you guys send, say for instance, you send $20 to me for a donation for the show, right? I get like 18 something of that, or 19. So it depends on, like, take like a certain amount, right? And so I'm not gonna like penny pinch on that. If you send 20, like, I still count that as one spot, even though PayPal takes their portion. It's a business PayPal, so they want their cut from me, of course. So they get it, right? They get it. But so yes, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, Chime, Revolut, and our Justice link, our chat link that works for debit, credit, Apple Pay, Google Pay. Those are all available for the raffle spots. Do not forget about that, because then you're going to get down to the nitty gritty and be like, God damn it. I also might do a nighttime show this week just to switch it up a little. Do one during the day and then get on at night again, because I feel like a lot of people are in different time zones and they miss us during the day because they're working or whatever, they could better be here at night or in the evening. So I'm going to do at least one of those this week. I haven't decided which day. It might be tomorrow or it might be Thursday. I haven't quite settled on which day it'll be because my days sort of go day by day, depending on, like, you know, if my sister needs some help with the kids or whatever. Like, I sort of just plan around all of that. And the kids being home for the summer makes everything, of course, a little more complicated. But let's get to this hearing real quick. I have so many things I need to say, like so many things that I need to. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let me pull real quick. Let me pull this up. Also, before we do this, make sure you smash the like button, please. And thank you. Just go punch the like button in the face. If you are watching me over on X, as a lot of you do, join us on YouTube. Think about joining us on YouTube. It helps the channel. It helps us. We appreciate it. Smash the like button over here on YouTube. It definitely helps us. Leave a comment on the video when it's not live anymore. That helps us. Talking in the chat actually does help the channel itself. So all of those things are a huge help. If you want to just donate to the channel and help support a small channel, you can do it these ways, or you can get yourself a membership. You can use jewels. You can gift memberships to other people. Any of those options are super helpful. We appreciate it very much. We are just a small channel. We're not a large channel. We're not even a medium channel. And so it's extremely difficult to make it and keep your channel running when you have bad weeks or multiple bad days in a row. It's just the nature of having a smaller channel and not a larger one, you know? So we want to be able to make it and keep going. All right. Hold on. I gotta pull the very beginning of it. I had signed into the Zoom, right? And it was taking them forever to let me in to hear it. Mike, however, got in just like a minute or so before me. So first me and him were like trying to coordinate on the link this morning and last night for this hearing anyway. So happy Monday. All right. No, girl, that's okay. Listen, we're twinsies. All right. I talk too much too. It's just in our blood, you know, it comes with the name, you know. Your birthday doesn't happen to be in November, does it? I mean, because then we'd really be twinsies. I'm just saying. Just saying. So I'm just going to play the little bit of the beginning of Mike's, and then I'll switch over to mine because he got the very, very beginning part that, like, it took them forever to let me in the Zoom for whatever reason. Like, I think other people were waiting too, and like they're not just directly staring at the screen. So
looking at me laughing because she didn't want to eat it, but she friggin' ate a whole box of crab rangoons. I was like, good job. I was loving it. I was laughing my ass off. I was so proud of her that she ate the whole box. I'm a bad influence.
It's expensive, man. It's expensive.
Looks like we got something going on over here. So I'm probably going to shut up soon. Oh, shit. We got something going on in court. I love it. This is it. Holy shit, folks. Holy shit. Let me get this set up for us to make sure the screen looks nice and we get the right view going. Should I do the gallery, the multi-val?
Yeah, it took them forever to let me in. So the judge was already talking. Although I got what he was saying, you know, it wasn't much, but
I think we're good. Hopefully we got the sound on.
Still.
I'm not hearing any sound yet over there, but usually that just they don't turn it on right away until that would be funny. That would be like the new how do you like them apples?
I can't go back. Imagine Matt Damon flops on the ground. It's like, I can't go back.
You know, the mega motion's gonna change the world. Remember when they said it was all about the First Amendment in the Supreme Court of the United States? I haven't heard that much lately.
You're not ever going to hear that because it's not, in fact, about the First Amendment. None of Aiden's case is about or will ever be about the First Amendment. Make no mistake about that, folks.
It's going to be interesting to see how they do today, how this judge... I think this judge is going to bap him around a few times. I don't know. Oh, is that Bellios? Yeah, it looks like we got the right stream up, people. Yes. He already looks like he's pissed off in a way, doesn't he? That look at him. He's like, oh, God damn it. I got to deal with these turtle clowns. God damn it. These people have rescheduled us fucking 14 times.
Right.
He doesn't look happy. This is his Monday morning. He has to deal with the fucking turtle tankers.
My friend. Appreciate you.
Oh man. Oh, thank you.
I actually have made comment on this, but I am actually going to talk about it a little bit today. Let me just put, you know what? I'll put it here on the top of my like list here of things so that in case you got to run later after I play some of this, like that's part of what I'm going to talk about. You might have missed it in a previous show of mine, but sources of mine have said that he, and again, I have no reason to believe that this isn't the truth because I've never had anything not be correct. Let's just throw it out there like that, right? And so they told me that Aiden has been at least in talks to maybe possibly take some sort of plea and work with the government. The talks are heading that way. And so whether he ultimately does or doesn't decide to take it is on him, right? But I would imagine the deal that they're going to offer him isn't going to be too enticing for him. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not going to be, he would be a dummy not to take the deal, but we're talking about someone who's a dummy. We're talking about somebody who's a dummy, right? And so he wants to take, I guarantee you, like, he's just not smart enough to be like, okay, I'm going to take a plea deal. You know, he wants to argue in front of a jury that, like, you know, it's everyone else but him and First Amendment and everyone set him up and everything's always a setup with no evidence. Absolutely none to support that whatsoever. So my sources say that he's been in at least talks to possibly maybe look at a plea and to help the government. I don't know if he will decide to do it or not do it. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Love that movie. It's such a good movie. The cartoon. I love the cartoon too. I'm not gonna lie. The Beetlejuice cartoon was one of my favorites. Okay, from the 80s, one of my favorites, or maybe early 90s, but it was one of my favorites. I loved it. Hey Casey. But Adam Superfan Blogger, at least my sources say that he has been in some sort of talks to at least think about a deal. Again, whether he takes that or not and locks that in is going to depend on a few things. Now, the government could say, cool, we'll give you this deal, but you have to tell us all of these other crimes you did and who was involved with them and give everyone up and give us every piece of information that we ask about it. And if you lie to us about one thing, we revoke the deal. Not only do we revoke the deal, but we revoke the immunity that you had to tell us about all these crimes that you did and who helped you, right? Or X, Y, and Z crimes that this person did and that you were involved in. We will revoke that immunity, and then we will not only be able to use everything you said to charge you with it, but we will revoke the deal as well. And I have no doubt that if the government makes a deal with him, it would have to have a caveat like that. And I also have no doubt that he would absolutely lie to them anyway. So I don't know. Whether he takes one or not is going to be interesting to see. Because that trial's coming, whether he likes it or not. This mega joke of emotion, as I've been saying for I don't even know how long now, is a joke. It's a joke, a joke, a joke. It has no basis in reality. It has no legal legs whatsoever. It's a fucking 80-something pages of speculation and innuendo, and this one did that, and that one did this, and I don't like this person, and that's a conspiracy, and they hate me, and they don't like me, Turtleboy derangement syndrome, blah, 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 right? None of it has a basis in legality or reality. He's already asked for a motion to dismiss. He's already lost a motion to dismiss. You don't get 17 do-overs just because you don't like the answer. And one of the first things that I heard the judge say that was intriguing to me, of course, that was I expected to hear from the judge, was you already had a crack at a motion to dismiss, and the judge said no. So you don't get a do-over, right? So what do you want me to rule on? Because I can't rule on a motion to dismiss that was already ruled on, so it makes this moot. You didn't file, right? And not so many words. He basically tells Federal, like, I don't know what you want me to do with any of this because you didn't file a motion for reconsideration on anything, so I can't rule on a motion to reconsider anything, right? You already had a motion to dismiss and it was denied, so you don't get 17 cracks at it. It was already denied by another judge. They found a basis for these charges. Like, what? I don't know what you exactly want me to do with any of this, right? And so Federal just keeps going on and on and on about the titles and the grand jury, and the grand jury didn't do this, and the grand jurors, okay, are not dumb, number one. Number two, even if they're snippets, if his argument was basically like, why didn't the government play all 3.5 hours of every video of Aiden's for full context? If they had done that, Better would be up there arguing it was prejudicial to his client, because he gets far worse in 3.5 hours than he does in a 40-second clip, right? Come on, dude. Like, this is nonsense. Absolute and utter fucking nonsense, right? So, and as Cosgrove argues, which I've already argued before, like, that's what we would be hearing. I argued that the other day, that what would be you're hearing is Better would be up there being like, well, it was prejudicial to my client, Your Honor. They showed all 3 hours of every one of his videos, and he does use vile language, and it is prejudicial to my client. So I don't know why they didn't just use clips. He would have been asking them to use clips. You know what I'm saying? So the argument is moot and ridiculous legally anyway, you know? A bear? Lions and tigers? Are they just lions and tigers, or just the bear? I will call it Smooshy. I will call it Smooshy. I will love it, and I will hug it, and I will call it Smooshy. We will sit around making fun of the dumb humans. See, that's my cat. She jumps up every day after I get out of work with you guys, and after I'm done, like, when I'm done on the live stream, I'm still not done working. I still have other things that I have to do, and so I'm here on the computer for a bit doing things. Then when I finally come out of this office around dinner time, I head usually to the kitchen first, make sure her bowl and water is filled, because she has a water fountain, so I only have to fill that like once a week, and make sure that that's at the level I want it at, and you know, before it goes to empty, of course, and that her food is full, which my husband usually does in the morning, but once in a while he'll forget, or when he's not working that day. So make sure that's full, do a few dishes, then head over to my room for a second to finally sit for a minute and just woosah, right? Maybe listen to a little music, whatever. And the cat jumps right up on the bed. Dora jumps right up on the bed. She wants her humans. And I'm always like, oh, you came to see your humans? You love your humans? You love your humans. And she's just meow, meow, rub it up on you, because she just wants all of her love. She knows the times. And if I don't do it right at the time that I normally do, she gets even more needy for my love when I do get over there, and that she's just meow 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 meow. I'm like, oh geez, I was 5 minutes late, Dora. Jesus Louise, like, geez. All right, ma'am, I love you. Chill. I gotta get one of those, like, like, now we have the fountain. You guys were kind enough to get us the pet fountain for the water. Now I gotta get one of those feeders that automatically feed, because I was talking to my kids about maybe a weekend camping trip nearby or something that we could do, just something we could do together in the summer. And I'm like, oh shit, the cat, like, I'd have to have like the automatic feeder. I'd have to have an automatic feeder that has enough in there, you know, obviously, because I don't have a ton of family. I don't have anybody who can come and just feed her. So, you know, I'd have to have the automatic feeder that can set itself off and feed her. You cannot fix stupid. Yeah, that's what usually happens, right? And they will revoke that immunity, and they will say, okay, now we're going to charge you with all the things that you told us about of these crimes, and we're going to charge all these other people as well, as we were already going to do, and now you don't get the deal because you lied. You know, they have someone, and I do think we already know that they do have her under investigation for witness intimidation. So whether that's what they want him for, I don't know, but you don't get do-overs. Yeah, you don't get do-overs. You just don't. Yep. He would have been arguing it was prejudicial to show the entire thing and not just the part that mattered. 100% he would have, which of course Cosgrove pointed out and is 100% right about. So it's like, I'm sorry, but I wouldn't hire Betterow if he was the last attorney on planet Earth. I would go pro se. Not only are the guy's legal arguments fucking embarrassing, but at this point, like, he doesn't even like file the correct stuff. He doesn't know what he's filing. He cites cases that have literally nothing to do with the case at hand. Embarrassing for a judge to call you on that. He used to write letters to the court and just get away with like writing letters to the court. And then finally, the judge was like, Mr. Betterow, no more letters to the court. They're not worth the paper they're written on, essentially. If you want to file something with the court, file it in a motion. Why? Because writing a letter to the court, you're not like basically signing it as your professional capacity, that you're not like lying to the fucking court. You put it in a motion, and they expect candor. They expect you to not put wild assumptions and conspiracies in motions. And if you do, and you lie to the court on purpose, you could be sanctioned for that. And so the judge was like, no more letters, Mr. Betterow. This is why I call him Harold in the Purple Crayon, because how many letters to the court are you going to write in purple crayon that have nothing to do with anything, right? You want to put something on the record, file a fucking motion. He didn't want to file a motion because the shit he was saying he knew had no basis in reality or legality for any legal arguments, you know? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. You know? Yeah, usually if you make enough noise, the bears will run away. If you like clap your hands or whatever, they turn around and go the other way. No trying to be brave, Sapphire. We're going to need you to take up plenty of space in Daddy's bed. And she loves Space Coast's wallet. She steals it all the time. She goes on shopping sprees. I'm sure she probably bought herself like the cutest doggy outfits. Do they say Sapphire on them? Like, I literally thought about if each one of you in my head won the raffle, and I was like, well, if Space Coast wins it and doesn't tell me what to put on the pillow, I'm going to put Sapphire's name and then paw prints on it. I think I would love that was the plan, you know?
Mass Mafia is here. This is fun. Is this the real? That's the thing. I don't know if it's the real one or
it was. Remember these all right, here we go. What is the judge?
An exceptionally fulsome decision.
That's
on the discovery.
Boop, 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 boop.
Fucking turtle tankers.
Here we go. Then I'm going to switch to mine because I have my
oh man
for the judge.
Oh, thank you. Mass Mafia is here. This is fun. Is this the real? That's the thing. I don't know if it's the real one or the fake one. I'll have to look into that. That's funny. They were just giving me shit if it's the real one that I'm friends with you, and now you're here. That's funny.
God forbid anybody have a comment that's on either side and talk to someone on either side. It's then like a bunch of people just jump on that bandwagon of shitting on people. It's wild. It's wild. Listen, I should be able to talk to whoever I want, and also if I'm going to report on things, I kind of have to talk to people from both sides. I went outside today and now my nose is itchy as hell. Like pollen much? Like I only started getting pollen allergies like a few years ago. Maybe I want to say maybe 3 years ago. And now my nose and eyes are just itchy from being outside. Totally itchy. And it rained yesterday, so it's itchy, itchy, itchy. Oh, autocorrect hates my life, girl. Don't worry. Autocorrect hates my life and my phone because it's so old. So I'll type really, really fast on my phone and then make errors and then just press send without even like looking at it. A, my hands are arthritic and they hurt and they're very stiff. And B, my phone, like the keyboard's like this big and my phone is old. So like it kind of just does what it wants nowadays. And I make fucking typos all the time and I just don't have the capacity to want to change it. I was like, people get the idea of what the fuck I'm saying, dude. They know I'm not making the typos on purpose. Like it's just either I'm typing fast or like autocorrect will autocorrect it to something completely separate than what I actually said.
We don't even, I mean,
you haven't registered with the SJC.
I gotta go. Looks like we got caught going on. I'll see you later, folks.
Is inappropriate and unlawful. So,
I'm happy to go through in the order that you set forth in your order.
Say we can't broadcast it after they said we can.
Counsel on some of the
What?
issues, and I don't know if you prefer to hear that first. Or,
that's on the discovery issue.
Yes.
All right, we'll come to that last. If you've reached a resolution, that's fantastic. But let's deal with the motion to dismiss first. Mr. Betterow, your motion, I'll hear you.
Thank you.
You might want to concentrate on a couple of things to start with.
Tell them what to concentrate on.
There was already a fully litigated motion to dismiss both under McCarthy and under Odell.
Yep.
In which Judge Doolin drafted a 36 or 37.
So the judge is basically pointing out here, you guys already had motions to dismiss and they were fucking denied. So what basis do you even have to bring this?
7-page decision. Which
he could plea out closer to trial. Do I think he'll plea out? I mean, it's a good question. I think if he does plea out and they give him immunity on anything, he screws that up by lying. Number one. If he doesn't take a deal, I think he'll take it to trial like an idiot if he doesn't take a deal. Whether he takes the deal or not, I don't know. I don't think he will unless he gets scared enough that he knows he's ultimately screwed. And I still think he believes delusionally in his head that he can somehow win this in some capacity, which just isn't reality, right? He thinks some sort of Hail Mary is going to help. I mean, do you guys not remember how excited he was about this mega motion? How crazy it was going to be? It was going to prove everything, and it was going to be dismissed. And I mean, I have no doubt in my mind the judge took it under advisement, but there's no doubt in my mind it's 100% denied. It was denied before the judge even read it, in my opinion. The second I looked at it, was, yep, that's denied. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that that's 100% denied. Also, as the judge rightly is pointing out right here, he's already had motions to dismiss. They've already been denied. You don't just get endless bites at the apple. It's just not the way it fucking works. You know what I mean? Well, summing it up in 5 words or less, can't do it in 5 words or less, but disaster for him. Everything is under advisement, as these judges always do nowadays. Back in my day, you got answers right there. Judge heard arguments. They had already read the paperwork ahead of time, and they gave an answer right there. None of this fucking under advisement bullshit, right? But no, it's not good for him. The case was not good for him today. His lawyer looked like an idiot and a buffoon. You're trying to argue something that you can't even get another bite at the apple for. Then you're saying things need to be taken under reconsideration. The problem with that is Beto never filed any motions for reconsideration. So how the fuck's that work? You know what I mean? Yeah, you never know. You never know. Yeah, his ego shoots him into fucking outer space. Like he's in Pluto. Okay? Pluto. Absolute Pluto. Wasn't there all kinds of chatter yesterday that something was a done deal? I mean, other than this being denied ultimately, I don't know. Aiden thinks that like somehow he's going to, he riles up his audience to think somehow it's going to be dismissed and he's going to win. And if it doesn't get dismissed, it means everyone's corrupt. The judge, the DA, everyone's corrupt if he doesn't win. And that's his thing, which is if it doesn't go favorably for me, then everyone's corrupt. Even if it doesn't go favorably for him, he literally turns right around and goes, oh yeah, that went great for me. It's amazing. We definitely won. It's a win for us. We're doing great. And it's like, bro, like what? You definitely are in Pluto, okay? No honest, and I say honest, okay? No honest attorney, not on YouTube trying to get clicks and views, pandering to an audience. No honest attorney is going to tell you that that motion to dismiss would have been anything but denied, period. No honest attorney would have given that analysis, ever. That motion was a joke, an absolute fucking joke. It was a 101 class of what not to do lawyering, right? Beto is a crash course on what not to do lawyering and how to not be prepared. And Bradel is a 101 crash course in how to not do things unethically and how to fucking have some ethics. Don't do what these assholes are doing, folks. Take the note, okay? Yes, creating the opposite chatter. So listen to what the judge basically says here, which is, you already had 2 motions to dismiss, and they were both already denied. So what basis do you really even have for this?
You might want to concentrate on a couple of things to start with. Number one, there was already a fully litigated motion to dismiss, both under McCarthy and under Odell, in which Judge Doolin drafted a 36 or 37-page decision, which is an exceptionally fulsome decision from the court, in which he found probable cause for the majority of the indictments, but dismissed all of them, including the one that seems to be at the heart of a number of these motions, that is to say, against Mr. Proctor. So the first issue is this. Under Rule 13, and under Commonwealth versus De Los Santos, which I'm sure you've reviewed, which is 492 Mass 242, 2023 case, if the matter was not raised, it's considered waived. So tell me why.
You never raised it.
I understand the issues with Ms. P.
You never raised an issue. You never made any issue of any of these things. Now all of a sudden they're an issue. That means by law it was waived because there was no objection. There was nothing. Now all of a sudden you have an issue with it. The judge is like, no.
Peters may have been disclosed post that hearing, at least to some extent. Tell me why the other issues aren't waived under De Los Santos and Rule 13.
Was there another issue, Your Honor, you wanted me to focus on? As well?
No, that's to start. Then we'll get to the substance of it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, it is true that many of these issues existed in a grand jury transcript and motions that were ruled upon by Judge Doolin. That is correct. And Rule 13 does state what it states, but there is case law which also states that the court does have the power to reconsider or reevaluate issues which were not brought to the court's attention. Now, in this particular case, there's no question that issues that related to the wiretapping, the uncharged wiretapping, for example, could have been raised. As the issues related to some of the videos in this case, the name changes, the court should be aware that for whatever reason, that snuck by everybody, including Judge Doolin, including Mr. Cosgrove and some of his filings. And as soon as that was picked up, that is something that we put into writing and addressed right away. The reality is the grand jury in this case was not proper. I mean, I think, and I'll get to that in a minute after answering Your Honor's question about the waiver issue, but in terms of the form over substance.
Well, it's not really form over substance. It's substantive. Rule 13 is substantive. Della Santo is substantive. And there's a reason for that.
Yep.
And the Commonwealth in their opposition has pointed it out. It's because you can't keep retilling the same ground over and over and over. At some point, you got to move forward.
The same thing over and over.
It's not just form over substance. So you got to give me a little bit more than that.
Well, Haskell permits it, Judge.
It does at the court's discretion.
Right.
But you got to have a reason.
Yep.
Absolutely, there is discretion of the court to ultimately decide what should be done and what shouldn't. But where the court sees prejudice, the court respectfully should act. Now, again, with the videos that were mislabeled, the Commonwealth shouldn't benefit from what is clearly deceptive conduct in terms of renaming items that, again, nobody saw. Judge Doolin himself referred to the names by their improper name during his ruling.
Which presumes that Judge Doolin was aware of those names and didn't find them to be of any substance because he watched the actual videos.
I don't know. Well, the actual videos that were presented to the grand jury, Your Honor, were 40-second snippets of hours-long video, which were not grand jury exhibits. So respectfully, there's no way that Judge Doolin could have watched those videos because Mr. Mello and
he watched the clips, no doubt.
Yes, but the clips are tiny segments of larger videos that, again, when we get to the real meat of what I want to discuss with the court.
Which, again, if they had played 3+ hours of each one of his videos for dozens of videos for the grand jury, he'd be in there arguing it was prejudicial to his client because most of it had nothing to do with what they're charging, right? Like, that's what he would be arguing. So that's why his argument is literally moot.
The court would show the full context on the critical issue in this case, which is only one, and that's Mr. Carney's intent. That's the only issue that was really before the grand jury, and none of that was seen in Judge Doolin's opinion because none of that was before.
Because it wasn't raised.
It wasn't raised as an issue, so of course the judge is not going to comment on something you didn't raise as an issue, dumbass. And as the judge here said, and he smiles, he's like, because it wasn't raised. Why would the judge comment on something that wasn't raised? Duh.
It wasn't raised, but it wasn't known by anyone. Now, again, could it have been? Yes, but the court has the discretion.
But it was known because Judge.
It was known because the judge said.
Doolin referred to it by the titles that you think are inflammatory.
Which is funny because some of the titles are actually better than what he titled them himself. So, of course, you know, Mr. Bitterow cherry picks the ones he don't think are better than the ones that he completely leaves out that some of them are titled better than his. Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. I definitely agree with you, Elisa, on that one. You know, for me, it's always good to have conversations on both sides, but it's hard to listen to something if you know someone's not 100% being honest about something, you know, then it kind of tunes you out to the fact that they're not.
Yes, those are the names that were provided by the Commonwealth that were changed. Those were the improper names. Names that the Commonwealth knew in advance were not the proper names and were changed. And ultimately, Your Honor, as a matter of discretion, there's no prejudice to the Commonwealth here by having this. I suspect this argument, which is.
Oh yeah, this is the funniest part for me is that the judge is effectively sort of quietly and nicely telling Betero, like, bro, you didn't give me shit to go with here. You're going to have to give me something that proves that any of what you're claiming has any evidence to support it whatsoever, that it's not just rank speculation and innuendo, which of course it is, right? It's just guesses. And then basically Betero has to admit in open court multiple times, well, we don't actually know, Your Honor. We don't actually know. We're just, we're guessing. Like, we don't actually know, Like, I have to agree with you on that one, darling, as well. Yeah, I agree with you. But Canoni's bench was a shithole. She didn't take control of her courtroom, and I've never seen a judge so lax and not hold the control of their own courtroom. That was, for me, like, a lot of that was like mind-boggling, and it wasn't mind-boggling the way some people were claiming it. To me, like, they're like, oh, she's corrupt because she's not ruling enough for Karen. And it's like, what do you mean? She was heavily defense leaning, and she let a lot of shenanigans go on far longer than I would have seen any judge in Massachusetts do that. Okay, I've lived here my whole life. Seen a lot of judges, seen a lot of cases. I've never seen a judge not hold control over their courtroom and allow just rank speculation and nonsensical bullshit to just fly. And I had said a long time ago that, like, if there was any judge that could have picked for Aiden, I love that it was this one. I love that it was this one. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Which is a fair argument to make, is their primary argument, because they don't want to talk about what actually occurred in the grand jury. And the fact of the matter is,
they just don't want to talk about what happened in the grand jury. Fun fact, the grand jury is there for a reason. They're to determine whether these charges should go forth and be indicted or not, right? And the other side doesn't get to argue their case in a grand jury. It's not how grand juries work. It's one side, the prosecution. They argue whether this person should be indicted or whatnot on these charges. They bring in things that support that. That's how a grand jury works. So this is why Betero's arguments are just nonsensical on their face anyway, because you're arguing against what the grand jury is stupid enough to not know what they're doing after instruction. Come on, man. Come on. Like, what? I can't. I think she didn't want appeals and backlash, but it's like, there's definitely a way to keep it so things aren't appealable, but at the same time make, decisions without playing this like both-sided game or allowing one side to just run rampant with things that simply have no basis in reality whatsoever. There's a way to control your courtroom and also not allow appealable things. You know what I'm saying? She was so worried about fucking appeals, she wasn't able to take control of her courtroom. And that's a huge problem for me. I just don't think judges like that should be on the bench. It's my opinion, right?
everybody sees it, everybody knows what it is, and it ought to be addressed. If there's no...
It ought to be addressed. I wrote 86 pages, Your Honor, in this mega joke of emotion. And all I could address was I didn't like they changed the titles. And I can't prove who changed the titles, but I'm going to say Kate Peter did it. I'm just going to keep saying that she did it because I think she did it, but I don't have any proof that she did it. And of course, the judge at one point's like, so Mr. Tully wrote an affidavit and explained what happened and why they were changed and that he looked at every single one independently and went and verified them all independently. So what are you like? Where's your basis here in reality of that at all? Oh, there isn't. And that's when Better was like, well, we don't know, Your Honor. Well, you claimed in your motion that you did know. See, that's the difference. You claimed it as if it was fact in your motion, in your mega joke of emotion, right? You claimed it as if it was fact, but then you're telling the judge you don't know. It's a bad look. It's bad lawyering, dude.
Prejudice to the Commonwealth, the court should hear it. No indictment should be tolerated when it is rife with misleading evidence, distorted evidence.
Don't indict my client, Your Honor. Throw this out because I think everything's distorted because he doesn't like Tully. And I think I heard Mike say earlier that Mike's problem with it was, and I believe this is what he said, Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what Mike said was, what about the argument that like, Aiden criticized Tully? Well, this is what I say to you. He didn't start criticizing Tully until after Tully had already arrested him. Okay? You can't just start criticizing a cop after they arrest you and then say, well, now it's a conflict. Every fucking criminal would just criticize the cop that arrested them and say it's a conflict. That's not the way it works. That argument's dead in the water, has no legal basis to it whatsoever, you know? Whatsoever. Listen, I was shocked he's still on it even after Aiden fucking trolled him under a racist account saying racist ass shit. I was shocked that he continued on after his last performance, yet here he is. Again, I refer back to one of Bettero's old clients that wrote a review about Bettero before the Karen Reed case ever even happened, before John ever even died. This person wrote a review on Bettero and basically said he had a semi-high profile case, and Bettero cared more about the public and social media aspect of his case than he did respecting his boundaries and what he didn't want him to release to the public and what he did want him to release to the public, and how he wanted to like smear and go after people that the defendant didn't want him to do that. And so he wrote a review saying all of this. And so it's like, I refer back to that person. That's why Bettero's still on it. The fucking social media attention, the quote publicity of it. You know, it probably got him a few more cases, and I honestly feel bad for those people because there is no chance in hell I would hire him. He's unprepared. He's literally not even arguing anything that has any basis whatsoever. He's arguing innuendo and speculation with nothing to back it up, right? He wrote 86 pages or 80-something pages and just repeated himself 75 times. It could have been half as long, all right? Just reading that alone tells you the guy's not only not prepared, but he's pushing conspiracy theories that have no proof to them at all because they're not real. It's not reality. It's what his client told him. And if you as an attorney are not smart enough to at least figure out that your client lies to your face constantly and do your own research, then you're a fucking idiot, right? You still have to do your due diligence. If your client tells you X, Y, and Z happened, right? A lot of people hire a private investigator as a lawyer and have them go look into it, right? What they don't do is just take their client's word and then put it down on paper and then never, ever bother to look into it, especially when your client is Aiden, and especially when he's already lied to you dozens and dozens of times, and you've already caught him dozens and dozens of times, and you've already flipped out on him dozens and dozens of times. Then you continue to keep doing it. Like doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is literally the definition of fucking insanity. Okay? It's the literal definition of insanity.
Statements of prosecutors and police witnesses saying, in my opinion, it was this man's intent to commit witness intimidation. That's outrageous behavior.
It's outrageous behavior, he says. Bettero says it's outrageous behavior for the government to say that Aiden's intent was to intimidate witnesses. Yeah, see, the problem with that statement, Mr. Bettero, is that's what he's charged with. And that's their job in front of the grand jury, is to show evidence that he, in fact, intended to commit witness intimidation. Fun fact, Bettero, your client admitted to exactly that several times on his own streams and in tweets. I don't even know how we're arguing it. It's absurd for the government to say what his intent was. Well, that's literally their job to get him indicted, is to show the evidence of what his intent was, never mind the fact that he tells everyone what his intent was. So he can try to backtrack that now all he wants, but unfortunately for him, as he would say, the interwebs is forever, forever and ever and ever and ever. You know, just saying. So he's like, you know, the fake outrage with Bettero and Bradel, I love it. The fake outrage with them. It is unconscionable, Your Honor. This is unethical, Your Honor. It is just ridiculous they would ever argue what his intent was, Your Honor. Meanwhile, that's literally their job in front of a grand jury. So it's like all they're doing is creating this false, fake narrative for their social media followers, for their, you know, interweb followers to hold on to. They're giving a few lines to a judge that they know have no basis in reality, but that their interwebs people and turtle riders will hold on to. Well, Bettero said it was outrageous. So, oh my God, it must be outrageous. The problem with that is like, nope, absolutely fucking not. Not outrageous. Nope. I love legal books. I'm such a nerd. I'm like such a nerd. I'm not even gonna deny it. I am a absolute fucking nerd. right? I'm a pony. I'm a pony. I'm a pony. I know you are, girl. So many people from New Jersey told me that. They're like, literally, I live here and I've never heard his name before Mike had him on. Never once, not ever. Never heard of the guy. Oh, absolutely was expensive. Waste of money, but expensive, you know? Oh my God, there's yearly. God, I mean, it's like monthly now, you know? Supreme Court decisions change things immediately, right? And then, you know, state by state, SJC decisions change things state by state. So it's like, I get weekly newsletters of different stuff like that to keep up. I think it's like 5 different places that do just law, just strictly cases and law stuff. New cases, things that change precedent, so on and so forth. And I read all of them because I'm a fucking nerd. I'm a nerd, girl. I'm a nerd. But yeah, I mean, the ones behind, actually, some of them, not everything is in computers. And also for me, I don't know about this judge, but for me specifically, I prefer to open a book and look at the book versus looking it up online. Like if it's up to date, obviously. Obviously, if it's old and it's not up to date, then I don't need it. But a lot of case, like precedent is old and are contained in some of those books. And I prefer to open a book and look at it versus the interwebs, to be honest. I don't know. I'm just like a book person. I'm a nerd, you know? Yeah, maybe that too. But I don't know. I'm an old-fashioned book person, you know? I like the books.
You're in front of a grand jury, and when you get down...
Oh, Melvin admitted it wasn't a good day for him? No, you don't say, Melvin. You don't say. You know what I would like Melvin to do? I would love if Melvin would stop pretending that Aiden has any argument whatsoever and that Bradel and Betterow aren't horrible at their jobs. I would love for Melvin to stop pretending that, but Melvin's never going to do that.
To brass tacks in this case, that's all that this is about. They misled the grand jury on the only issue that matters, which is whether Mr. Carney's intent was to commit witness intimidation or not.
They misled the jury on his intent by renaming the files. Which again, what you're saying there, Betterow, is that the jury, the grand jury, is too stupid to watch the clips themselves, which they did. They were provided the clips to watch. They watched all the clips, right? They're too stupid to watch the evidence and look at the evidence themselves and decide what his intent was. That just renaming things would magically, you know, that'll do it. That'd make them say that he is, you know, guilty and should be indicted. Like, do you realize that you're like spitting in the face of the justice system, the judge himself here, and the grand jury by basically saying like a grand jury is not smart enough to know that those are names of files and they can't just watch for themselves, as they did, because their decision, their vote is based on the evidence they were presented. All of the clips in his own words, in his own voice, on his own show, the tweets, his behavior, so on and so forth. Nope. Betterow argues it should all be thrown out because I don't like they rename the files, and that is horrific. Horrible. Renaming files. How dare they?
Conduct at issue
I can't.
is open and shut.
It's so ridiculous.
It's the videos.
Even the judge.
Not the videos that were submitted into the grand jury. Those are tiny snippets. The conduct and the context of Mr. Carney's intent are contained in the actual videos. And what you have at this point, it's very similar to Odell itself. In essence, you have prosecutors cherry picking 30 seconds they like out of a 2-hour video and saying this proves his intent was to intimidate witnesses, but not letting the grand jury have access to the other 2 hours
of each video. And he says they're only 2 hours. Those videos are 3.5 hours and over. Number one. Number two, a grand jury is not going to sit there and watch dozens and dozens and dozens of videos that are 3.5 hours long, because once again, Betterow would be up there complaining that they played all of it and it was prejudicial to his client, and they probably found him guilty based on his other behavior and wild things he said, not just on the small portion of what he did, which was wrong. So once again, his argument fails on its face, and he doesn't apply Odell, which is a case, correctly. As I think the judge points out, I can't remember, but he doesn't apply the case correctly, nor does it have anything to do with what he's talking about. A police report and videos are two very, very different things. A video of that actual person saying those actual things and giving you their intent is very different than a police report being obstructed and only a sentence being given to a grand jury. Those are two completely different things. Odell has nothing to do with videos and giving them the full 3.5 hours of each, dozens and dozens and dozens of videos. They'd be there for fucking months just listening to Aiden endlessly call people cunts. You don't think that would be prejudicial? Of course it would be, which is why no prosecutor would do it, because it would be improper and prejudicial. Like his argument fails on its face for a number of reasons, which the judge tries, and at least I can give the judge this. If I was this judge, I'd have ripped apart Betterow and his audacity to put into his, quote, mega motion, fake medical conditions, rank speculation and innuendo, right? I would have ripped him apart for that. This judge at least kindly sort of points out like where X, Y, and Z is completely irrelevant and he doesn't even know why it's in there. Why this, and this doesn't fall into the standard, so that's out, right? And why the things that you did cite aren't even correct to the case here, and the one you cite has nothing to do with this Aiden's case, right? Doesn't even apply in that way, right? Right. So he's basically trying to say that Aiden's clips are out of context. So his clip's saying, I'm going to make their lives miserable. They'll never be able to go outside again. There are turtle riders everywhere. They're going to take your picture. They're going to send me things. And all you have to do to make it stop is, quote, tell the truth. All you got to do to make it stop is do that and we'll all go away. That's out of context? No, obviously not, right? It doesn't matter what he says after that or what he says before that. Mind you, I've watched the entirety of all of that, right? Nothing he says before that or after that alters the context of what he just said. None of it. He doesn't say before that, you know what, guys, I'm going to say this thing and it's actually just a joke, right? He doesn't say that. He doesn't say, I'm reading out of a book, guys, and this is what I'm reading, and then read out of a book. Nope, that's not what happens, right? That would be out of context. They give it to him. They give it to the grand jury the exact way he fucking said it, about the exact thing he's talking about. He literally tells the fucking jury his intent. He stands outside of the Morrissey thing and says, yeah, of course my intent is to taint the jury pool. How is that out of context? Just because you're there protesting, quote, Mike Morrissey, does not mean that that statement that you made saying that was your intent and is your intent is somehow out of context because they didn't show the grand jury the 2 hours before that of you with a bullhorn talking about Mike Morrissey and an hour after that screaming in a bullhorn talking about Mike Morrissey. No, you specifically told the audience your intent in that case was to taint a jury pool, right? Then, of course, they're going to use that snippet of you admitting to that. Doesn't matter what you said before or after that, which, again, I've seen the entire thing of that. Like, none of what he says before or after that changes the context of what he said at all. So, like, his attorneys already know this because if they at least did their due diligence, which I don't think they did, but even if they did, they would have went back and watched every one of these, right? Before and after what he said. None of it changes in context. None of it is out of context. So arguing that it is, like, so what? You want to argue, you want to force the judge to have to go look at it? Because that's not going to be good for your client. That would be prejudicial to your client, to force the judge to go look at it and see what he says before and after that, because none of it changes the context at all. You know what I mean? The titles don't matter, never have, and never will. It's a file name. They made such a big deal about it. And I remember the first time I heard it, and I remember coming here, and those of you who have been with me long enough can confirm this, and saying that has literally nothing to do with anything and has nothing to do with this case. People are like, oh, yeah, this case is going to be thrown out. It's so improper. It's unethical. Blah, blah, blah. No, it's not. No, it's not. They renamed the files. They're allowed to do that. They're allowed to do that. They can do that. They can name it whatever the fuck they want. Doesn't change what he said in it. Doesn't change what he did in it. That's the evidence. The evidence is what he said and what he did in the video. And some of the titles that Aiden had were arguably worse than what they named the file. Way worse. So, like, some of those, they did him a fucking favor by changing the file name, right? Also, they have to change the file name so that they know what they're looking for and how to look it up. When I save a file, when I save a picture, for instance, right? Like my thumbnail today, right? When I saved each one of those photos, I backspaced out of the file name that was there, which automatically, pops up as like JPEG, 797892277-155, backed out of all that and wrote TB taking a breath because he's like holding his breath. Right? One says little better, right? That way I know which photo it is when I go to try to find it again, right? I know which one it is. And that's the way that I can remember it. So that's when I named it. Naming it Little Bettero doesn't magically make it prejudicial. He is actually, in fact, little. And in the picture, he's actually, in fact, still little. So, yeah, they're allowed to change the titles. The titles have nothing to do with anything. They were always just fodder for social media. That's all it was. It's a way to rile people up, get them to donate, get them to give. First Amendment, blah, blah, blah. They changed the titles. It's so underhanded. He's being set up, blah, blah, blah. Fun fact, Turtle Riders, let me just point this out to you. The last time they were even with this judge, the judge made it very clear on record. So you're not even arguing that Mr. Kearney didn't do these things. You are arguing that Mr. Carney had a First Amendment right to do these things. And both attorneys said, yes, Your Honor, we're not arguing that he didn't do it. We're arguing that it was all First Amendment protected. So ask yourself this, right? If it's all a setup and a conspiracy, why do his attorneys admit to him doing all of it? You know what I'm saying? Come on. The videos speak for themselves, and the grand jury gets to look at the video and what he said, right? That's what they get to decide upon. Like, not the fucking title.
Which show him saying, I want to bring awareness to a miscarriage of justice involving
a miscarriage of justice. See that? Like, he has to reiterate these sort of talking points to get these people going. It's wild as fuck. Do me a favor if you already haven't. Smash the like button, please. If you haven't subscribed and you want to, and you're over on X, come join us on YouTube. We have a live chat. I think you'll, I think you'll like it. If you're a free Karen Reed person and you're watching me on X and you're like, you know what? I don't think I can go into chat. Elise is an anti-free Karen Reed person. Just know that my chat exists as both free Karen Reed and anti-free Karen Reed people who don't tear each other apart, who get along, who talk to each other, who don't sit there and argue back and forth. This is one place I can say that people actively coexist and don't shit on one another. And so if you've always thought to yourself, like, hey, I kind of want to pop in the live chat, but I'm too afraid to do it. I don't know what people are going to think of me. Or for instance, you don't want to pop over. I've heard this misconception. People are like, so if I pop in on YouTube, can people see that I'm in there? No. If you never comment in the live chat, even if you're watching from YouTube, nobody knows you're there. Right? No one knows you're there. It doesn't tell them who's in there and who's watching from which one, right? But if you've ever been worried about chatting in my chat because you're either anti-free Karen Reed or you're free Karen Reed and you don't want to argue with the other side, I will tell you this, you're safe in my chat. You're safe here, right? You are safe here. Many people are. We actually have a great time talking about all sorts of things, even unrelated to all of this. And people peacefully coexist without shitting on one another here. And I am extremely proud of that. It's one of the things I'm very, very proud of. I want to build a community. I don't want to build a cesspool. I want a community. I don't want a cult, right? I don't like the cult behavior. I don't like the mean girl clique behavior. Like, I am one of those people that says the more the merrier, right? I like people in general. And so the more the merrier for me. I don't like this mean girl high school cliquey behavior. These people like these people and these people don't like these people. Like, I'm not in fucking high school. I'm no longer a cheerleader, right? I'm just a person. And I happen to like all different kinds of people from all over the place and all over the world. And I'm very proud of what I built here. And I hope that at least some of the people on X who normally watch there can join us here.
Tiny snippets, the conduct and the context of Mr. Carney's intent are contained in the actual videos. And what you have at this point, it's very similar to Odell itself. In essence, you have
Odell,
prosecutors cherry picking 30 seconds they like out of a 2-hour video and saying this proves his intent was to intimidate witnesses, but not letting the grand jury have access to the other 2 hours, which show him saying, I want to bring awareness to a miscarriage of justice involving Karen Reed. I'm petitioning the government to address that. I believe that these police officers are corrupt. We're doing this to bring justice for these people. The grand jury had a right to that. And the best example of this, Your Honor, to get a full picture of what you're dealing with is all of the picketing counts in this case are from this so-called rolling rally.
Yep.
That entire video, the whole rally was recorded, video recorded by Mr. Carney, literally the crime, if you will. They didn't introduce that.
Yes, he recorded, in fact, a lot of his crimes, Mr. Betterow. Hence why you're standing there, dumbass.
Video. But what they did do was admit 58 seconds of the rolling rally, which the honest name of that video on YouTube was Canton, the rolling rally, Justice for Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. They took 58 seconds of that video. They introduced it as the title of that video is "Don't Feel Sorry for the O'Keefes." That's not evidence, but if you
Okay, once again, do you want to know why they titled that "Don't Feel Sorry for the O'Keefes"? Because that's something he said during that live stream, right? That's literally something he said during that live stream. To argue with a judge about, well, they changed the titles. No, they didn't change the titles. The titles remained the same in the original videos. No one, and that's the other argument that people don't get is no quote titles were changed, right? No titles were changed. The file names were changed. All the original titles of his videos are all still there in the titles that he made them, right? And some of those titles are more prejudicial to him than what they named the actual fucking thing, the file to begin with, right? Like, so this argument of like, they changed the titles, it's mean, it's bad, they shouldn't have done that, rah, rah, rah. It's losing. It's a losing argument. It's also losing because you already had 2 motions to dismiss. They were both ruled denied, and then you're still trying to take a third bite of the apple, which you simply don't get, which makes all of this moot anyway. Thank you, Nan. Thank you. I appreciate, this is called honesty, folks. This is what's called honesty, right? This is like what I was telling you guys yesterday when the sewer turtle said something ridiculous like, Nan donated $500 to me every day or every 2 days because she was trying to build a brand. And my answer was, what brand? Where? She has never wanted to be a content creator. She'd make a website. She'd make a social media fucking YouTube or any other YouTube. She has never, ever asked to be on a show. She's only been asked to be on a show. She's never asked for anything in return for donating to people. She didn't build any brand. So that argument falls directly on its face. What brand did she build? She was already a successful lawyer. She didn't need help in anything, right? She was being kind. He got mad that he wasn't getting that kindness anymore. So therefore the dog whistle was blown to be like, oh, she donated so she could build her brand. Well, where's that brand, Aiden? Wouldn't you benefit from that? Wouldn't someone benefit from that? Wouldn't there be a brand to show for that? Oh, there would, right? Like, it's just like his lawyer making the same sort of ridiculous arguments of just saying things to make people believe they're true if you say them enough times. Betterow goes around in circles on this for, 15, 20 minutes about titles that don't even matter. All of this is moot anyway, because your motion to dismiss, you already had one. And the judge already said denied, right? You don't get endless bites at the apple if it was already decided on. You filed no motion for reconsideration on anything, yet tell the judge that they need to consider this, this, and this. Judge can't do that. He's got no motions in front of him. No motions in front of him. None to rule on. No motions for reconsideration. None. None at all. Oh, give your wife a big hug and all the love, Standing. Tell her we send all the love from our channel to your beautiful wife, my friend. I got to turn the AC on. I'll play a little more. I got to put the AC on.
But if you look at the grand jury testimony and the transcript, the way Mello and Tully did this is Tully said, the name of the video is Don't Feel Sorry for the O'Keefes. It's contained in a folder literally titled Intent. Literally. And he did that approximately 30 times throughout this proceeding, told the grand jury, this is proof of his intent. They literally asked questions and answers that talked about intent. They played 30 to 50 seconds of this video where he literally says, don't feel bad for the O'Keefes, but yet don't present the video of the crime. What prosecutor?
That was the video
their
of the
allegation is
crime.
That is the crime.
Yes.
Your Honor.
He says they don't give the evidence. They don't show the video of the crime. The clips are the crime, you idiot. Like, what do you mean? It is the crime. So the judge, I mean, imagine having to remind the attorney of the defendant that the clips are the crime, you fucking moron, right? That's just bad lawyering. Like, all I can do in that scenario is laugh my fucking ass off, right? Imagine the judge has to remind you, okay, that the clips are the crime, right? They are, in fact, the fucking crime. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta get, hold on.
Is that is the crime.
That is the crime, sir. That is the fucking crime. What you talking about? He's like, they don't give the crime, like, the crime. They don't give evidence of the crime. Sir, the crime? That is the crime, you dumbass.
Proof of his intent. They literally asked questions and answers that talked about intent. They played 30 to 50 seconds of this video where he literally says, don't feel bad for the O'Keefe, but yet don't present the video of the crime. Why? What prosecutor?
But their allegation is that is the crime.
That's right.
Your Honor, again, it goes to Odell. Literally,
It doesn't go to Odell.
Anything they want. They can allege anything they want.
But they're not alleging that the rest of the rally was intimidation. They were alleging those clips of intimidation.
Right, but Your Honor, when they present it to the grand jury, it's tantamount to what happened in Odell with the police report, where we decide we like sentence 1 because we think it proves his intent, but we don't like sentences 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we're just going to keep that from the grand jury. In Odell, that was deemed to have impaired the integrity of.
But a police report and a video are very different things. We often encounter situations at the grand jury where they have hours and hours of videotape, but they only play certain clips.
But they didn't tell the grand jury it's available for you. The point is, they told the grand jury the name of the video is. Jury influence is another one, which was actually titled Protesting Michael Morrissey. Big difference. A video that was 5 days after.
Exactly. Before you got here, I said this exactly a little while ago, which is if they had given, right? Give me your thoughts on this, man, right? Had they given all of the video of Aiden, dozens and dozens of videos that are 3.5 hours long or more, right? Would we or would you not have Mr. Little Betterow up here complaining, right, that it was prejudicial to his client to play all of the video and not just the clips that pertained to the crime, right? Would we or would we not have that argument, right? That's what he would be arguing to. And I said this yesterday. That's what he would be arguing, that it was prejudicial. That's what he would argue, right? So this argument of like, it's so ridiculous, they should have given him the whole thing, is absurd and nonsensical.
DA Morrissey made a statement to the press which was improper. He gives a 2-hour video and says, I'm trying to bring awareness, trying to do this and do that. And this is in August of 2023, well before trial, and says, absolutely, I want to influence the public and the jury pool. And they take that little snippet. They may have a theory that enables them to say, we believe that's proof of his intent. That's fine. What's not permissible, though, is to rig it in the following way, to say, literally, Your Honor, I can read to you there's a literal question and answer, which is very important. For example, on December.
He absolutely would say all that extra stuff, including Aiden's language, the way he speaks, the fucking swearing, the disparaging other people, the abuse, right? Arguable mental and emotional abuse of other people would color the jury against him. It would be prejudicial against him, is what Betterow would be arguing if they had given the whole 3.5 hours. He always likes to say if they were only 2 or 2.5 hours. That is just patently false. His shows at night are over 3 hours usually. Stay on Nurse Kim's show, bro. He's supposed to be the ringer. Oh God, I feel bad for these people. if Bettero's supposed to be the ringer, because he's a ringer, but not a ringer that's going to help him. He's a dead ringer for a baby. You know, you could push him around in a baby carriage. You might look cute if you put a bonnet on him, you know, give him a binky. He's throwing a little bit of a temper tantrum here in front of the judge. And basically the judge is like, yeah, so here's the thing, Mr. Bettero. None of any of what you're claiming has really anything to do with anything at this point. Because I have no motions in front of me for you to argue any of this. I have a motion to dismiss, which again, you don't get 17 bites at the apple for, so I guess I'll take it under advisement. Does anyone here watching have any doubt that this will be denied? Because as I said yesterday, and every single day since, every time I talk about it, since this mega motion came out, I have 100% certainty that this is denied. Why? Well, it was dead in the water the second he wrote it. It's written like a law student wrote it without understanding of how the law actually works in this state. That's what it reads to me. It reads to me like a paralegal with no paralegal experience whatsoever wrote it. That's what it reads like, okay? It is fucking embarrassing. I've been saying this since the mega motion came out. Aiden pumped it up and was like, mega motion, yes, we're going to destroy, we're going to win, we're going to get it all dismissed. This mega motion is amazing. Do you think his lawyers told him that? Do you think Courtney wrote it? Like, it was just like, yes, this is great, it's amazing, Aiden, we're going to, like, who told him this was good? Because the second I read it, I was like, what clown show wrote this? What fucking, throwing a Betty. It's not a Tanty, it's a Betty. We're going to, we're throwing a Betty. You can either throw a Tanty or a Betty. You know, he's throwing a Betty. Nonsensical nonsense and just throw it at the wall. Like, I don't, thank you. That's what it, exactly, like a chat GPT motion. Like, that's what it read like. A mega motion, it was a waste of time, a waste of money. His anti-slap motion was a waste of money and a waste of time. If he paid $150,000 for that, like, he should be crying in his cereal right now. I don't even want to know what he paid Bettero for this nonsense, right? This was ultimate fail and a joke. And I knew it from the second I read it. You know, like, they ignore it. Freeze, to be fair, a lot of people want to rewrite history and pretend that I don't have that experience. They want to pretend that I also didn't do my part when it came to telling the truth, giving out information so that people can better choose what to do, right? They just want to basically rewrite history and write me out of it completely. Unfortunately, you can't rewrite history. You know what I'm saying? You can't rewrite it. You can try if you want, but it's all there with dates and times, and it's marked and it's there and it doesn't go away. And so you don't have to like me, but you can't rewrite fucking history, bro. You can't rewrite the thousands of hours I have done trying to help his victims. You can't rewrite the thousands of hours I've spent giving the insight and the truth and pieces of evidence to the public, right? You can try, but it simply doesn't work that way, right? We can all pretend that people aren't also trying to rewrite history, but I've been dealing with it for 3 years, right? And it's funny because it comes from all these different factions of all these different places, and I can't quite understand why, because I'm one of these people who would rather work with everyone together as a whole and make sure that he can never hurt anyone ever again. Like, that's my main goal. Make sure he can never hurt anyone ever again, and that all of his victims, because I'm going to tell you right now, all of the victims I've talked to, they're not just okay, they're not fine, right? They've been through this thing that continues to affect them and their lives. It continues to affect my life even, right? All the false information and lies that are out there about me, it stops people from donating to my channel. It stops people from supporting my channel, right? It has for a while. That damage can't just be undone, right? Aiden did that with his lies and his bullshit. And so did many other people. And I don't really know why. I don't know if it was, they felt like I was some sort of threat to them. I don't know. Because I'm not the kind of person that wants to play competition. I'm not here to compete. I'm here to help and do what I can do with my own experience, with my own knowledge, with my own almost 20 years of volunteer advocacy, working with lawmakers, changing laws, working with other organizations, helping people in all different aspects of things, domestic violence, homelessness, addiction, IEPs for children who are medically complex. Like, the list goes on and on and on and on and on, right?
And I did it quietly for 16 years behind closed doors for free. And I continue that work even now after my shows and before my shows, helping people do things quietly and for free, right? Because I believe in it. I believe it's the right fucking thing to do. So I'm not here to compete with anyone. So anybody who thinks it's a competition, they're just competing with themselves. You're competing with yourself. I would prefer to work as a collective with other people to make sure he can never do this to another human ever again, right? Ever again. And I mean, if you guys even knew the amount of information that I just sit on, because A, it's either not the right time, not the right place, I can't release the evidence yet, or whatever reason, you know, like there's something pretty large I've been sitting on for a while now that I can't do anything with until it's the right time. And you know, that karma train is coming into the station for him of all different ways. It's already pulled into the station for him, I can tell you, at least once, and it's chugging along for a second round. It's like people can try to rewrite history, you know? They can try if they want. Unfortunately for them, it's just not the way it works. You know? It's just not the way it works. I don't even want it seen. That's the thing. I don't need it to be seen. But if it takes more people to help someone to get the job done, then I'm all about it. You know what I mean? Like, put your differences aside and like, let's work to make sure this doesn't happen to anyone ever the fuck again. Ever again, right? I'm one of those people. I would rather do that. Some people would rather just, you know, it has to be about them, or it has to be about whatever they think it needs to be about, or they actively want to rewrite, you know, who is quote good and who is bad. Aiden says everyone's bad, who doesn't agree with him. And I'm not about that, right? I think people matter, no matter what side you fall on in this case. People in general matter. I've held people on both free Karen Reed and not free Karen Reed. And I would do it if they called me right now and asked for it, right? Because that's just who I am. I can't change who I am. Whether anti-free Karen Reed people like it, whether free Karen Reed people like it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change. I cannot change who I am. If someone from either side came to me and needed help with something, I would do it. If it's within my power to do it and help, I'm going to do it. It's the right fucking thing to do, right? It just is. And so I just, for some, you know, I just don't associate with people who like are in competitions with themselves. I'm not in a competition. Aiden isn't always in a competition. Everything is a competition for him. He's got to be the best with numbers and the most viewers and the most money. And I don't associate with his turtle writers. I don't do it. And there's a reason, because most of those people, when they do figure out who he is, either come to me or someone else and apologize and then need help with something. And guess what? Even though they might have said some really nasty things about me and repeated a bunch of bold-faced lies, I've still helped people who have done that. Because I can understand that being wrapped up in a cult and being lied to and gaslit and fucking brainwashed constantly has its effect on any human. You can be highly intelligent and still get wrapped up in that. I'm exhibit number one, right? Like it can happen. It can fucking happen. I had an abuser who controlled my life for a very long time. I know exactly what it's like. You know what I mean? I know exactly what the fuck it's like. So I try to make sure that people understand it's not just black and white. It's very nuanced. It isn't just this side and this side versus that side. Like, bridges need to be built. People need to have regular conversations, because the most important thing is making sure Aiden can't do this again, because he will. He will. Next time it might be your brother or your sister or your friend or your loved one or your child, right? Or your child's best friend and their family. He will do it again over and over and over again until ultimately the legal system catches up and stops him, right? And if by spreading awareness and showing people who he is in real life, like what he does, how diabolically disgusting it is, will wake them up, then I'm going to do it. Even if it changes one person's mind a fucking month, one person a year, then it's worth it, because there's one less person he can victimize. One less. You know? One less. See, that's the other part, though, is a lot of people assume that attorneys, right? And Nan can confirm this, right? That because they're attorneys, these law tubers will say, well, I'm an attorney, I know better, right? That watching with an attorney will give you better information, or watching with an attorney means that they're not going to lie to you. And that just simply isn't true, unfortunately. And much to my dismay, right? Because when I got here on YouTube, I also assumed that we would have law tubers that would be
honest and that would want to teach people, how the law works and how trials work and why things are allowed and why certain things aren't allowed and why procedures are done this way or that way. And that's not what I found. What I found is they're willing to pander to whatever makes the most money. Whatever their audience wants to hear is what they're willing to pander to. And it's like, how can anyone, and then you have a bunch of people then that are spreading misinformation or applying the law in a way that it was never meant to be applied and isn't applied because they heard it from some law tuber, right? And then there's little old me, who is not an attorney. I'm not a practicing attorney, but I know my shit. I took years and years and years and continuing on to this day. I know my shit, especially in this state. I will point out that Mr. Betterow here argued with me very publicly about whether murder 2 required intent in the state of Massachusetts. And I said, no, it does not. And he said, yes, it is. Imagine arguing with a real attorney about this. And then, of course, all the turtle writers chimed in like, you're just an idiot, Twisted. How dare you argue with a real attorney and think you're right? Fun fact, who was right? I was. Who was wrong? The real attorney. The pretend real attorney who doesn't know shit about shit, who didn't bother to do 5 minutes of research before he started just spewing off at the mouth that he was right because he's an attorney. Just because someone is a law tuber or a YouTuber and is an attorney does not make them right. Just know that. Just fucking know that. You know what I mean? And so that's one of the problems that I have with it is people put their trust in these law tubers and attorneys because they're law tubers. And they decide, well, I'm going to probably watch it with the law tuber because they have better information or more information, when in reality, that's just not the case, right? So then they're missing out on people who might be more or better informed than they are. Or they misrepresent the fact that they haven't practiced in a decade or more and that the law has changed several times since then. And that they might have only practiced civil law like Melvin and have no real experience whatsoever in criminal law, have no idea what they're talking about, which is apparent to anybody in law. Right? Anybody who practices law in criminal or knows anything about criminal law can tell you Melvin Little sounds like a fucking idiot when she tries to talk about criminal law because she has no idea what she's talking about. Her last case was in like 2014 or 2015. She was a civil attorney and didn't do a ton of cases, right? She made more YouTube money by just saying she was an attorney and spewing nonsensical shit. And people just believe her. People just believe her. It's wild. It's wild as fuck,
December 19th. Question from Mello to Tully before he plays all of these videos, which are misnamed, cherry picked. Do you have any knowledge of incidents which you feel are intimidating?
I agree with you,
with
Elisa.
respect to any particular witness?
It makes more sense.
Question, those are on video. Answer, they are. Play those for the grand jury. So now we've just told the grand jury, I think his intent was to intimidate witnesses. Then what Tully does again and again through direct intentional questioning of Mello, it's not volunteered, is to say that these videos are named inaccurately and they're in the memo.
Unfortunately, Mishi, I've been dealing with it for 3 years and a lot of shit happens behind closed doors and privately. Rumors and lies get spread on purpose, not on accident, on purpose, to control who likes who talks to who supports who. And I'm not into playing that game. I don't want to play that game. I don't want to shit on people. I would rather everyone rise together and push each other up than fucking knock each other down for a place at the top. And unfortunately, I have to deal with that, right? I have to deal with people doing that on both sides. It just is what it is. And it's unfortunate because I'm not that kind of person. I would rather rise together. I would rather help people together than for sort of like knock everyone down to crawl to the top for a little more attention or a little more like, no, I'm not that kind of person. It's just not who I am.
You've seen them page 62 and 63 of the motion, all the times that they did this. They play the snippet. And then when it's over, they tell, or before they do it, they tell the grand jury, these are from a folder marked intent. He didn't do that.
Yeah, but slow down, Mr. Pedro. You have to give the grand jury some credit.
Yep.
The grand jury understands that a defendant is not going to create a folder which says intent. They had to know.
Yes, you do.
The prosecution created it.
That's my point.
Right, but give the grand jury some credit. They understand that.
Your Honor, the point is...
Your Honor. He gives the judge a little attitude there. Well, Your Honor. The judge points it out like, grand jury are not idiots. They're not dummies, right? They give themselves give them credit that they know that they're watching this clip and their decision is to be made on his action, not what the clip is named. And Better was like, Your Honor, as if he's trying to scold the judge. Lawyering 101, don't do that. Don't piss off your judge.
When a police officer tells the grand jury, in my opinion, this man's intent was this. I have a folder.
Fun fact, in grand juries, they're allowed to give their opinions. Isn't that fun? In a grand jury, that is allowed. Always has been, always will be. So I don't know if they do that in New Jersey. I don't know if that's why that's his problem. But here in Massachusetts, Mr. Betterow, if you did your homework, you would know opinions are in fact allowed in the grand jury here in Massachusetts for certain things.
Folder with proof of his intent. It came from that folder. I'm going to tell you.
I love when people say that because I make next to nothing. And so it's like, when you come and say, oh, all she cares about is money, or all she cares about is clicks and views, if that was the case, I would have flipped to the cult a long time ago. The cult makes money. They make a ton of it all the time. It's just constantly coming in, donations and super chats and memberships. Like, that would be great. As a matter of fact, point here. I've made one super chat all day today from Mishi. That has been the one and only donation I have gotten today that I can see. Although there might be jewels that I didn't catch on this other screen yet. But other than that, that's it, right? If it was all about just money for me, I would have given up a long time ago because I'm barely making it, okay? B, I'm not sometimes even making minimum wage. And C, I would have benefited greatly from crossing the other way and going to the cult as they tried to get me to do a multitude of times. And I said, no, the truth is the truth and go fuck yourself, right? So my benefit would have been to go to the cult. I could have a car in my driveway right now that would make my financial situation 10 times better because my husband could go back to his old job where he made more money, right? It's wild when people claim that. And I also giggle, Freeze. I'm with you on that, right? Like, yeah, and it's my second stream of the day, right? And I've made a whopping $9.99.99, right? Like, which I appreciate, Bishi. Thank you. I appreciate any and all donations that I get. I don't always make money, but it's the right thing to do is to cover it because it's important to me. It's important to other people. I want to see justice through. So many people are waiting for justice, even if it has to be through others, right? You know what I mean? Other people getting it for us. There are a lot of victims of Aiden's, and some of us have money and some of us don't, right? But the one thing that we all have in common is a lot of us talk to each other now, and that if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have gotten to know each other. And you know what? For that, I can thank Aiden. I can thank Aiden for getting to know people like Leah and having her as an amazing friend over the last 3 years and getting to know people like Nan that I probably would not have otherwise. You know, Jesse would have never found me, right? Like, so where some of these relationships that I have with all of you, thank you, Aiden, for your free advertisement of lies that sent people here, or showing the world who you are so they could figure out who you were and that you were a liar, right? Because the relationships that I have with people now, I probably would have never talked to before, and I am grateful for them, and they mean something to me. Those friendships mean something to me, and every one of those people know that if they called me right now and they needed something, I would do it with no questions asked. I take that very seriously. Very seriously. And so that's the one thing I can thank Aiden for. So when they make that argument about money, I just have to laugh. Like, sometimes I make less than minimum wage on my shows, okay? I'm a small channel. That's why it's super important to remind people that they can donate, because once you're a larger channel, you don't even have to remind people to do it because you can survive off just your memberships and stuff. I'm too small to be able to do that still. Once I am, I will be so happy. I'll never have to say it ever again, and people will just do it, and like there'll be a steady stream and I don't have to worry about it, right? But I'm not there yet, right? I started from the bottom at one person and worked my way up, right? I'm not Ethel. I didn't jump on the back of Aiden and gain, 10,000 subscribers and then like all that cult money coming in, right? I don't have a cult, and I'm pretty proud of that as well. I have a community, not a cult, right? A community, which is what I want. I want a community of people who care about not just me, but each other, right? Who will help each other out in hard times.
who will talk to each other. That's important to me. It always has been. So when they make that ridiculous argument, like, oh, you only cover his case to make money, where's the money? Where's the money? I would love to go get ice cream with my kids tonight, right? My husband has tomorrow off. I would love to go sit out at a restaurant and have dinner or walk to the Chinese food place within distance of my home, right? I can't do that because I don't have the money to do that, but it's the point, right? Like, if it was about money, I'd have jumped into the cult a long time ago and I'd be doing those things that I would love to do, right? Like, the argument is just dead. Like, it's dead and it's stupid. It's stupid, stupid, stupid. I want to build a community. I don't want to build a cult, right? I want people to be able to freely go into other people's chats and they don't come back here and get yelled at because they were in someone else's chat because they wanted to listen to what was going on or try to gain more information. Like, I don't want that. That's not what I'm trying to build. It's never been what I've been trying to build. I want a community of people that just don't care about me, but care about each other as well. And I can be proud that at least I know that that is what I have built thus far, right?
I agree with you, Nan. He's like that dangerously. I feel like he already did when he was like, Your Honor. You know, that little toot that he gave the judge, the Your Honor, that part was like already an attitude, right? Like, weird, you know? Yeah, girl, listen, you know how it helps. Like, one car, even having one car in the household makes a fucking difference. Having none, it's a nightmare. I'm stuck in this house all the time too. Like, that does wonders for your, you know, I can't go out and just go get a coffee when I want. I can't go just take a ride and sit near the beach. I can't do any of that, right? Does Beto really think the full videos make him look less insane? No, that of course not. They makes him look more. And of course, as I said earlier, you probably weren't here, but he would be arguing that it was prejudicial to his client because of his foul language and everything else if the entire videos were shown. And it also doesn't change the context of what he said or how he said it, even though Beto wants to argue that, like, oh, the full context. Those are the full context. The clips are the full context of what he said when he said it, right? No matter, nothing that he would say after or before, and I've seen the full videos of like the clips that they have, but no video from after or before what he said changes the context. Beto knows that, and so does Bradel, because if they did their job, they would have already watched those and known the full context is the clip. He doesn't go, oh, I'm kidding, but I'm going to say this thing that I'm kidding about first. He doesn't go, hey, let me read this out of a book. That would change the context of what he said next. There is no context change. It's in its context. My intent was to do this. That's the context. It's not changed. Aw, thank you. You're one of my favorite people. You're all my favorite people. Like, I love you guys. I feel like, how do you defend the indefensible? That's the question. And this is why I keep saying, right? See, you're lucky. I wish, my friend. I wish, you know? I wish. But I don't think you can defend the indefensible, but this is why I always say, like, if him or Bradel had any self-respect, they would have bowed out of this already. They would have been like, nope, I can't represent you anymore because I can't effectively defend you anymore. There's nothing to defend anymore. You have given them all of the damaging information and you continue to damage your case on a daily basis. I can no longer effectively defend you. You're going to have to get someone else, right? Like, if you had any self-respect, you'd have bowed out a long time ago. Make no mistake about this, and I will put this on the record again for the 100th time. But if Aiden loses his case and he goes to jail, make no mistake that he will appeal and he will claim ineffective assistance of counsel and he will throw his lawyers directly under the fucking bus and run them over several times. Then he'll back up, run over them again. Then he'll back up, run them over again, get out of the bus, open the manhole cover, back the bus up again over them, and make sure they fall down the manhole, right? I believe that to be exactly what he will do. His first thing will be ineffective assistance of counsel because my lawyers didn't do this, and this, and they argued this, and this, which was damaging. They were incompetent. And to be fair, I think any judge looking at these attorneys and their arguments might be like, yeah, they are fucking incompetent. So you can't change the facts, right?
So what do you do if you can't change the facts and they're inconvenient? Then you just start pointing fingers at everyone else, which is exactly what Aiden and Betero here do. Peter, Miss Peter, Your Honor, his arguments about Kate are probably some of the most nonsensical, laughable fucking things I've ever heard in my life. And remember, I was around at this time. The whole KP thing about the cop, they heard KP and automatically assumed that like Kate was at the kid's bus stop and had like checked it out for them. Like, no, there was a cop with that name that was assigned to find out what time the buses came. Then he told the whole world he was arrested in front of his kids, and they sent his kids brand new tablets, brand new computers, brand new toys for Christmas, all of these things, right? Because he said he was arrested in front of his kids. He was not arrested in front of his kids. Fun fact, he was not. The kids were on the bus and out of sight where they could see him. Then one day he let it slip that, and this is after everybody bought all of his kids the things, because he told everyone that they searched through his kids' toys and his kids' electronics. And so everybody bought all the kids all new things because the cops touched it, I guess. I don't know. Right? Right? Like, so then he let it slip that he was talking to, I don't know if it was his son or daughter, and asked his son or daughter, like, if he had seen anything or anything. And the son was just kind of like, I don't know what you're talking about. So he like let it slip that his kids, in fact, did not see him get arrested. That was just a bold lie, of course, to make people feel bad for him, right? As he always does. As he always does. People sent him a ton of cash before Christmas, all these brand new toys for his kids, brand new electronics, brand new this, brand new that. He could have bought all that himself, right? All that himself. And he lied to get it. That's the thing. He lied. He didn't. It's not like he was low income and needed help, right? That'd have been one thing. I'd have helped if that was the case, because they're kids and kids didn't ask for that, right? I've been low income and I've been middle and I've made a lot, right? When I was a dancer, I made pretty good money. When I worked at the prison, I made pretty good money, right? And I have no problem helping out other low income families when it comes to Christmas time. I know how hard it is myself with 3 kids, and I have 3 kids whose birthdays surround Christmas. Within 2 weeks or 3 weeks of Christmas are all 3 of my kids' birthdays and mine. So, you know, like I have no problem. I would have helped kids too. He didn't need that though. He didn't need that. He used the fact that they arrested him outside after the bus left as a way to make people feel bad and tug on people's heartstrings so they would donate more. He's just not a good person. Yeah, I mean, that's what they should have done, right? Quick, just let him see the whole video where he calls Mrs. O'Keefe the C word. Then, of course, Betero and Bradel would be arguing that was prejudicial, right? To see the whole video because he called Mrs. O'Keefe the C word. Come on, man. You know? Well, yeah. I mean, to be fair, look at what the Turtle Riders defend still now. All of his behavior. It's wild as hell. Wild as hell. Also, I want to point out real quick before I play the rest of this, that all of this Tully stuff, I would mark this off on your fucking calendar. Aiden didn't start going after Tully and saying shit about Tully until Tully arrested him. His real problem with Tully was he was the cop who arrested Aiden. That was his problem. Okay? His problem was that Tully was the cop who arrested him. And because he arrested him, now Aiden needs to get revenge. In the same way that he needed to get revenge on me for not lying for him, on Meredith for just being his ex, on Lindsay for being his ex, on Leah for being his ex and knowing the truth about him. He needs revenge on the people who can tell the truth about him or who he thinks slighted him in some sort of way. And so his revenge was to criticize Tully and enter him into all these weird conspiracies that don't add up. Number one. 2, have 0 evidence at all. And 3, some are not even plausible or possible, right? But make no mistake. People are like, well, Tully, he's bad. He's a bad egg. He should have been removed and blah, blah, blah. Because Aiden, said things about him. He didn't start criticizing Tully until after he arrested Aiden. Then every criminal would just criticize the cop that arrested them. And, that's not the way the justice system works, okay? If I just criticized every cop that arrested me to get a better trial or have my case put somewhere else, like that's not how things work, right? Or everyone in every city, in every state could just look up the names of all their local judges in the entire state, criticize every one of them over and over on a daily basis, on a rolling basis, and be like, well, none of them can charge me because it's a conflict for all of them, right? Creating a huge conundrum in the legal system. That's not a thing. You can't just say something is a conflict. It actually has to be a conflict or actually have the appearance of a conflict. And when they say appearance of a conflict, they don't mean you think it's a conflict, therefore it's an appearance of a conflict, right? That's not what it means. People use that like just all over the place. Well, oh, it's an appearance of a conflict. That's not the way it works. The appearance of a conflict would be something like this judge right here is related to Aiden's third cousin. It might not actually be a conflict, but it might appear that there could be a conflict because he's related to Aiden's third cousin, right? That is what an appearance of a conflict is. It's not a bunch of people made up a conspiracy theory, and so we think, it's a conflict, therefore there's an appearance of conflict. That's not the way it works. And this is what I mean by like when people read the law on Google and when you read layman's terms, you automatically apply the layman term to it, right? So when you say appearance, right, in real life, you're talking about someone's appearance, what you're looking at, what you're seeing, right? It's not what it means when you're talking about an appearance of conflict when it comes to asking a judge to recuse or recusing a judge, which they have the choice to say no to, by the way, right? This is why you can't just Google laws and know what you're talking about, right? And I can always tell when someone does that because they use the layman term in legalese and apply it completely wrong. I agree with you on that as well, Vicky. Like, I don't know, it's weird. I think he looks like a troll. He's got a dick nose and dinosaur arms. He's got platform heels and a size 38 C moves. I don't know. It's not cute. It's not cute. Wham. Wham. It was proof of his intent. Okay. It doesn't. Yep. I can't. No. Rig it. Oh my God.
Stop, Mr. Federo. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Just looking for
you a false name of the video that I renamed or some third party working with him renamed, whichever the case may be. And then you don't tell the grand jury that this was renamed by us, put in this folder by us. I'm playing you 30 seconds, but I'm not going to give you the rest of the video. And I would refer the court, this case is cited in the memo of law that went with the motion, Bleakney, the appeals court case, not the SJC, the lower appeals court, where they cherry-picked a portion of a statement of a defendant, left the full flash drive in front of the grand jury, but never alerted them to the contents of it. And in that case, the appeals court found it impaired the integrity by hiding the ball. Here,
If you're going to go there, Mr. Better, if you're going to go there, then you got to talk to me about Shaquille Brown, which is the SJC, in which the prosecutor dumped in at least 100 pages of prison records, in which the prosecutor dropped in
Yep.
telephone logs, all of which had never been looked at or never been read. And the SJC said, well, it wasn't so good, but that's okay because it didn't change the analysis of the evidence, which takes us
Sure
back. And
didn't.
this is
yes, sir.
slow down. This is the difficulty that you have. So this is why De Los Santos does matter, and it is substantive, okay? This is why Rule 13 is substantive, because you already had a very thoughtful, all right, a bulwark, if you will, from a judge, all right? A very thoughtful judge who examined in detail the entirety of the grand jury, found it to be free from prejudice,
Yep.
and more importantly, found that the evidence was substantial enough to issue an indictment. So that
Yep.
brings us back to the court's analysis in Shaquille Brown, which I'll give you the site if you like.
I have
490, 171, and I'm very familiar with that case. All right. In that case, the court finds clearly they shouldn't have done any of those things, but finds it didn't impair the integrity of the grand jury, and this is why De Los Santos is substantive, because Judge Doolin's already made that determination. So you got to get around that.
I'm happy to,
Yep.
Your Honor. The difference with
No, you're not happy.
Shaquille
You don't have an
Brown
argument.
and Judge Doolin's decision and why it matters here is context is everything in terms of his intent. Oh, he is
But in
trial
Brown, they're trying to
jury.
show joint venture, and they dump in prison records they haven't even read.
Judge, I'm bringing it to this case, okay?
Yeah, but this is the SJC telling me this.
I understand that, but the facts
Which is the
here
law.
matter, and the
clearly don't.
context matters. And just because the prosecution has, you know,
When the judge says this is the SJC telling me this, what the judge is saying is that's the precedent. That's the law. So it doesn't matter what you say, Mr. Bedrow, because it's the SJC that tells me what I can and can't do when it comes to something like this, right? That's what he's essentially telling Bedrow. Bedrow's still arguing the same irrelevant fact.
you know, a one-sentence explanation of what they say and a grand jury ultimately determined was proof of intent after they were told what his intent was by the prosecutor, by all the reasons that we spoke about earlier.
That's their job, dumbass.
Context is everything. If there is a long statement that is talking about protesting and bringing awareness and making jokes and all kinds of things, and there's a comment in there that I like that comment, just give the grand jury the whole thing. The role of the grand jury is fact finder. The problem in this case is that Mello and Tully decided to be prosecutor, detective,
grand jury's not really
fact finder.
grand jury's not really fact finder. Grand jury is more of a gatekeeper. But go on.
But they have to judge respectfully. They're not. They have to find the facts to support an indictment. And in this case, they literally did. But they were misled. And context matters. A grand jury is entitled not to everything in the world. It's clearly not a trial jury. We all understand that. But when you do it, you have to do it fairly. And they put their finger on the scale with evidence of his intent in terms of what they told the grand jury, what file it was in, the length of the video, the full context of the video, the uncharged crimes. Judge, the last piece of evidence in this case that they put in the grand jury was an uncharged crime of, again, the rolling rally video, which they didn't see fit to give the grand jury, which makes no sense. If anyone's prosecuted these cases and put in cases in the grand jury, that makes no sense. That's the crime. Give it to them. But what they did was
it's their case. They don't have to.
Tried to suggest that he was harassing and intimidating the O'Keefes, who were not even charged victims in this case. That's how they finished the grand jury. That is clearly a design to prejudice, to smear. They put in evidence of an uncharged wiretapping and read the statute that said this is punishable by 5 years and never gave a curative instruction, never withdrew that charge.
Now, why did they do that? Well, as the Cosgrove shares with us later on, the reason that they did that was because there was some question over whether Norfolk even had jurisdiction over it. Aiden wasn't in Norfolk County, supposedly, when he took the call or made the call. He was in Worcester or Holden, per se, and Steve Scanlon was in Suffolk County. So they didn't move forward with that wiretapping charge, although they were going to, but didn't, because there was some question about whether Norfolk even had jurisdiction over it, right, at the time. The other wiretapping that they referenced in that was the wiretapping of Lindsay, where Aiden then altered that audio. Now, the fact that his attorneys even want to get into his non-charged wiretapping at this point is wild as fuck. Because they could still charge him, you fucking idiot. They could still charge him with numerous wiretappings that he has admitted to, right? If they really wanted, if they could get one of these complaining witnesses. And from what I understand, now Steve Scanlon, in fact, did want to go forward with his. So that's interesting, right? Because Aiden wiretapped him and then misrepresented the phone call, which is why Aiden himself didn't release that wiretap phone call. He, of course, sent it to a bunch of different people because that's what he does to brag. And those people sent it to other people, so on and so forth. And so we all got it and we all released it, right? That's ultimately what happened. Sorry, my little said something. ultimately, yes, that's what the fuck. So they chose not to go forward with the wiretapping charge. They were going to. You know? Hold on. This is important. Sorry, that was important. And see, this is what it looks like when you sometimes have to pause your stream or stop your stream when a friend messages. Like, that's a thing to do, Ethel, without reading it out loud, without, telling everybody it's content. Like, but in fact, they were going to charge Aiden with the wiretapping. So those are the reasons why they didn't go forward. They were allowed to argue it, but then they realized, you know what I'm saying? So of course they're going to argue it, right? Also, if in front of the grand jury are questions of wiretapping, right? Vote yes or no on wiretapping. Like, if the wiretapping then wasn't in there to vote on, then they don't consider that, right? It's common sense. They give all these instructions to the grand jury ahead of time. The grand jury knows what they're supposed to consider, what they're not supposed to consider, how they're supposed to do these things, right? They get all this instruction ahead of time. So I think this is also why the judge was like, you got to give, again, the grand jury some credit. Like, you're acting like they're all idiots and have no idea what is what they can consider, what they can't consider, which is ridiculous. Of course they know, right? Of course they know. Never too late, my friend. Never. Oh my God. There's a lot of procrastination freeze, but that's all on the back of Aiden's attorneys. And I knew at the end, when Brady was like, scheduling, blah, 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 I knew he was going to try to push things back. He wants to try to push it back little by little by little. So to the judge, it doesn't look like he's pushing it back, a lot all at once. What they're going to attempt to do is a week here, push it back another week there, or a week here. Well, Your Honor, it's the week of Christmas. Oh, Your Honor, it's the week of Thanksgiving. Oh, well, Your Honor, now I have another trial scheduled. Well, Your Honor, I can't save this time. I'm on vacation. Like, you know what I'm saying? Little by little by little by little. Yes, right? Boundaries. Exactly. Learn those, Ethel. Boundaries. Boundaries. When a friend reaches out with important, amazing life information about their lives, and it's important and exciting, like, you can stop your stream, read it, and or answer the phone, mute yourself, or just don't say anything and respond. And that is what I just did. Take fucking note, Ethel. You can do those things without making your friend or follower or whatever content. They're not fucking content, dude. These are people's real lives. He's not quick, but he's smart. He's a retired judge, Cosgrove is. And I will not discount that he does not know tech, right? He doesn't know tech. He does not. Cosgrove's not a tech guy. But I'm sure he has someone on his team that, in fact, does all the tech work for him or knows all the tech. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's an older gentleman. But I do think nowadays that if you're going to be a special prosecutor and if you're going to be a judge, and this is something I've been working on for a long time, is trying to get in some legislation that makes not just judges, but DAs, lawyers, like the whole shebang, all the legal profession. Ethel Machado, Jessica Machado, that's Ethel. We call her Ethel here because she's very nosy. She's a nosy bitch. She's a nosy ass bitch, measuring poor Jameson's pool, hiding behind the pool noodles to stalk the poor man. She looks like this.
I need to speak to the manager of reality. To Ethel's internet chaos.
Ethel. That's Ethel. Good old Ethel. Good old Ethel. Nothing yet. I decided not to make a second stream on it because it's only jury selection, so it's not super exciting. I want to cover like the trial itself, obviously, with the Lindsay Clancy case, but jury selection is kind of boring. They're just kind of going back and forth on maybe some voir dires, and a lot of it is just like pause or waiting for hours and hours and hours in between. So it's Hashtag free Jameson. I come with a sense of humor. I like a good sense of humor, you know? I like a great sense of humor. We have lots of laughs here. We do good.
Charge De Los Santos or not, Your Honor, the question is, at what point do we not avert our eyes to what they did? They need to do it fairly.
But a judge has already looked at that.
But he didn't see that, Judge.
He did.
If you look at Judge...
The judge is like, a judge has already seen all this, Mr. Betterow. And he's like, but he didn't, Your Honor, because he didn't cite any of it. He didn't talk about it. And he just didn't know. He didn't know because I know the judge didn't know. I know. I was in the judge's head, so I know whether he considered it or not. I know. Judge. Like, okay. He's like yelling at the judge. The judge is like, a judge already saw this and considered it. No, he didn't, Your Honor. No, he didn't. He didn't because I said he didn't. He didn't because I said he didn't. Valerie is worse. It's pretty bad. Thank you, Christina, for your $10 donation. I saw it. I typed it in the chat a little while ago when it first came in, but thank you so much. I appreciate you. Any and all support to the channel is well appreciated, my friend. I thank you very, very much. If you want to donate to the channel, there's a bunch of different ways you can do so. You guys know how. There's a link at the top of chat there that works for credit, debit, Apple Pay, Google Pay, and then we have basic Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime, which are the same as Cash App and Venmo. The tags are the same on Revolut and Chime. Memberships, super chats, Jules.
Judge Doolin's decision, none of that is addressed because he, like everyone else, was misled. Moreover, Judge,
the other judge was misled, Judge. Okay? He was misled, and I know he was because I said so. Because Betterow, who talks about turtle derangement syndrome, a fake medical condition, he's definitely a credible one, Your Honor. He's credible. Listen to him. You know, the judge didn't know because he says the judge didn't know.
I am focused on the grand jury. I'm going to answer the questions that obviously you're focused on. There was a second component to the motion for extreme government misconduct, and there's no reason why.
Well, I'll listen to you on the Peters stuff. I mean, I think if Peters wasn't known to you, I think that's fair to discuss.
It was.
Well, it wasn't. I mean, the whole point. But before I get to the merits of that,
there is no, and I know I say that probably, but there is no merits of that. Okay. Not only is there no merits to any of the shit that he claims about Kate, but the poor judge is so confused. The judge is like, all right, well, if you didn't know any of this, Mr. Betterow, then I guess I guess I'll hear your argument on the Peters stuff. Then what the judge realizes after Betterow argues it is that it has no basis in reality. There's no proof or truth to any of it. And they're just saying it, right? And that's when Betterow has to admit, well, we don't know, Your Honor. We don't actually know. Well, that's not what you argued, bud. That's not what you argued. You're the kindest satirist on the YouTube streets, Freeze. The kindest satirist, you know? Although Space Ghost can be kind of a satirist, right? Therefore, he has my eyes, therefore I know he didn't see it. I'm going to need an apology for that joke, okay? For no reason whatsoever. I just feel like I need an apology because you always get the apologies for no reason, Space Ghost. So I feel like I need an apology now for that joke, okay? It was a good joke, but I still want an apology for no reason whatsoever. Love it. I love it. Me either, my friend. Listen, if I didn't have the ability to laugh about things, I feel like I would just cry. I would just probably curl up in a ball and cry if I didn't have the ability of sometimes just gotta laugh. Gotta. Sometimes making light of things is just like the way to do it, you know? Like laughing is good for the soul. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just good for the damn soul. There's no merit to that.
Motion would have been made anyway. So that, I mean, because we can't make a motion based on evidence of which we're unaware, obviously. And at that point, if you're making a motion to dismiss for...
I'm sorry, I was just thinking about this, but does anybody think that maybe he asked the judge ahead of time if he could have like a step stool? Your Honor, can I get a step stool so I can address the court? Nobody can see me over the desk. Can I get a step stool here at the podium? Is that possible? Do we have step stools?
Extreme government misconduct.
Extreme
There's no reason why the court should not consider as a facet of
Aiden's face is extreme government misconduct, okay?
The misconduct that occurred in this case, what occurred in the grand jury.
Miserably, very miserably.
Before. Now, as far as the Peter stuff, which I don't want to beat to death, and most of it is in the papers.
It's in the papers,
The
papers.
All of that evidence should have been disclosed in early 2024, which was we're closing the deadline for discovery. That material didn't come anywhere near that timeline. It came in July of 2025 after numerous specific, very specific Brady demands and Discovery Rule 14 demands. They could not have been more specific.
So let me understand, what is the basis that you're asking me to
There's no
dismiss?
basis, none.
Is it for the discovery violations or for the substantive violations?
Well, it's for everything. On the second component of the motion,
He doesn't even know what he wants to dismiss, John. And the fun part is none of it is a starter anyway, because he already had a motion dismissed that a judge ruled on. So a second one, you don't get just like a second and a third and a fourth bite at a motion to dismiss just for funsies, right? Like that's yeah, please stand while you're addressing this court. Your Honor, I am standing. Let's need a step stool. Need a step stool, please. I can't, right? Like, yes, they are definitely trying to replicate the Reed defense and they're failing miserably at that. Miserably, right? But he doesn't even know what he's trying. Is it for the discovery violations, Mr. Betterow, or, government like, I'm trying to, and I think this is where the judge at some point is like, I'm trying to grasp onto anything you got here, Mr. Betterow. I'm not really understanding your arguments here. I don't, you didn't leave much for one to work with. What the fuck is actually going on here? Like, what? Nah. I am disappointed he didn't inquire about that either. Listen, I think he would listen. I've seen this judge in action, and I don't know, he was very evenly keeled today, because usually I feel like he's one of those judges that absolutely would be like, okay, why did you feel it appropriate to put a fake medical condition in a legal filing to the court? Like, maybe he didn't want to embarrass Mr. Betterow any more than he was already embarrassed. And maybe he was going to say something about it, but was like, oof, this whole argument's very embarrassing. And let's throw this guy a bone, and I'm not even going to mention it. Like, this is so bad, Whom did he consult is the question. Well, he consulted the fake Dr. Turtleboy. What do you mean? A doctor and a, quote, award-winning bloggist, a satirist. He, the doctor of the turtles. He inquired about his fake turtle condition from the fake doctor of that condition, Better was like, it's everything. It's just everything, Your Honor. Throw it all out. The bathwater with it. The horse it rode in on. I want it all out. All of it. Out, out, out.
The indictments ought to be dismissed based on the impairment of the integrity of the grand jury proceeding, full stop. As far as the second component, based upon the lack of discovery, that prejudiced us from filing a full-throated motion.
Oh my God, Sunken, I'm glad you're here. It was so bad. It was so fucking bad. It was so bad. I had to get up this morning early for this. And I was like half asleep still. I still didn't have caffeine in my system. So I was just like, but it was so bad. It was so bad. The motion was Aiden's, his mega motion. Remember his ridiculous mega motion? And the poor judge here, you're going to see the rest of it. The judge is like, I don't know what, you already had a motion on this. And the judge already said no. And then I don't know what you're arguing anymore. And then he's like, the titles, Your Honor, the titles of the videos were changed. Well, actually, it's the files, but it's prejudicial to my client. I want it all thrown out, all of it. And the judge is like, that doesn't line up with precedent and what the SJC says I can do. And your argument doesn't line up with the court case that you're citing. It's actually the opposite of that. Police reports and videos are not even close to the same thing, right? Like, Kate Peter. And the judge is like, okay, maybe you got an argument there. I guess I'll hear it. Here's the argument. That's where we're at now. And then it's like, okay, so how do you know she had anything to do with any of the evidence? Well, we don't actually, but, we alleged she did all these things in our, mega motion. But we alleged factually she did all these things. But we don't actually know, Your Honor. We don't actually really know. We just need you to throw it out. Throw it out. All of it. Out it goes, right out the window. Like, Mr. Betterow, are you, like, if I'm this judge, I am stopping this whole charade, and I am going to look at him, and I'm going to say, Mr. Betterow, sir, with all due respect, are you fucking plugged in? Are you brand new out of the box, sir? Like, do you need a minute? Do you want to get off your step stool and take a second? You want to take a breather? Do you need your inhaler, maybe? Take some fresh air. Put some water on your face. Blink twice if you would like to be removed from a cult. Are you in danger? Did you bring your purple crayon? Is your name Harold? Like, what is happening right now? Did you actually pass the bar? Can I please see your actual credentials? I am questioning them right now. Like, what is happening? Yes, yeah, exactly, Zed. Anyone can give evidence to the state or the police, as do people all the time, especially when it comes to Aiden. Pretty much everyone I know sends it immediately in real time when he does something fucking stupid or is, committing a crime or proving more of his guilt. They immediately send it to the state. And the state then they can't just take what you send and go, oh, look, evidence. This is what we got. You have to tell them where you found it, right? And direct them to where to look. They have to go and confirm that it exists, that it's real, right? They have to do all that. They can't just take your word for it, right? And so the judge gets into it a little bit here and a little bit where he's like, okay, but all of those things had to be confirmed. Even if she sent them in, they all had to be independently confirmed by the police. And they were. So what are you arguing? Exactly. Like, what in the actual fuckstick are we arguing, sir? Wait till you see the rest of this grave. You're going to be like, oh, wow, this is sad. This is just like Turtleboy going to be big, big sad. Waiting for Betterow to blame Meredith. Your Honor, it was Meredith O'Neill's fault. It was Leah Genduso. Okay? It was all their fault. It was Peter's fault, Genduso's fault. Might be Twisted's fault. It's Kate's fault. It's Kevin's fault. It's Mike's fault. It's LTL's fault. It's Ethel's fault. It's everyone's. Your Honor, all these people have Turtleboy derangement syndrome. They're all out to get me. Okay? That guy in the corner, it looks a little sketchy. Looks like he's after me too. Judge is like, that's my clerk. Yeah, that guy, he's out to get me too, Your Honor. And that sketchy looking person over there on the side, sir, that's a coat rack. Like what? Like what? What?
Motion the first time, and the court should consider that in even hearing the grand jury component of it. But in any event, if the court is wondering why, if discovery was ordered to be completed in early 2024, and all these demands were made before, during, and after that time period, and stuff that is responsive is showing up in July of 2025 that we turn out to learn was in the possession of every single prosecutor on these cases in December of 2024, which is before the motion was filed in front of Judge Doolin. What is going on?
I consider these to be two separate categories. That's why I started with the issue of Peter's may be something which is outside the Rule 13 and the De Los Santos analysis. Which is why I'll give you I'll give you an open field to discuss that.
Okay. Excuse me, Judge. The evidence that exists or no longer exists from the third party that the court mentioned is extremely prejudicial to the defense. There is a strong argument that could be put forth if there were to be a trial in this case.
None, zero.
That this investigation was biased, it was shoddy, and that involves any...
Cool, make that argument. The investigation, by the way, is all Aiden's own clips. So what exactly was shoddy, right, about investigating his own words and actions? And that's the part that he's never, Mr. Benner was like, there's a good argument to be made at trial, Your Honor, that it was a shoddy investigation. Like, sir, the investigation was he hit the play button and he recorded himself committing said crimes and telling his intent. Where's the shoddiness in the investigation of investigating that? I would love to know. Like, that argument is dead in the water, bro. Right? Doctor Who? What? That argument is so dead in the water, but he needed to get that out. He needed that out for his, social media minions. There's a good argument, Your Honor. Excuse me. Hold on. I'm missing a shoe. Can you call the police? Aiden, call the police. I'm missing a shoe. It's the same person who took your shoe. It's a conspiracy. Your Honor, please hold. I've lost a shoe. They took Aiden's shoe. They still can't find his key fob. I'm telling you, we're going to argue this all at trial. It's a conspiracy. This is shoddy. You're all involved. You're suspended, Your Honor. Your judgeness. Judge is like, bro, you all right? You good? Like, you look at him. Judge is like really trying to hone in on what's happening here. He's like, I bet underneath those hands, he is just cracking up. He's like, I just gotta keep my hands here. If I'm him, I got my hands there, but I am cracking up. Like, I am fucking laughing at this.
Any number of things, one of which includes, from our perspective, which is a shockingly close relationship between a private civilian, Peter, who you mentioned, who has a hatred of Mr. Carney that is beyond adjectives that I could even provide this.
Which is so funny, right? Kate has a hatred of Aiden. Federal leaves out completely that Aiden's tried to have Kate charged like 3 or 4 times with fake false crimes over and over and over. And that he, in fact, endlessly is obsessed with her. So it's like, do you think if you're going to argue any of this, that all that's not going to come out, right? Like, Kate might have a hatred for him, but so do I, and so does anyone else who's ever come in contact with him. Want to know why? Because he's a liar. He's a liar, and he's, in my opinion, a mental and an emotional abuser. He uses people, he lies about them to benefit himself, to change the narrative, to make himself the victim, right? Never mind the fact that these arguments about Kate are just dead in the water anyway. You can argue until the cows come home that you don't like Kate or Kate doesn't like Aiden. It doesn't stop her from providing his own words, in his own words, on his own stream to the police. And then going and confirming it's on his own stream and taking it. Like, doesn't help you better out.
Court with. Not only that, this is a witness who has falsified evidence against him. Literally, this is not.
Imagine arguing that Kate has falsified evidence against Aiden while knowing Aiden has falsified evidence in dozens of cases. Okay. He's falsified evidence that I can literally verify on paper from a court. Okay. In Ashley's case, he falsified evidence and lied on the stand in the Chrissy Yakomowski case, right? He literally made the investigation start on Kylie. She spent 6 years fighting that false bullshit because of him, right? He has made fake emails, fake text messages, fake phone numbers, Proton accounts, right? And he has literally texted himself from a fake Text Now app number. He's used pictures of his children and made fake profiles and then tried to pin it on someone else, which we have all the evidence of. Want to talk about fake evidence, perjury, fake, and fake evidence, bringing it into a court, bringing it into police, lying. Like, you might not want to go down that very slippery slope, Mr. Betterow, because if they're allowed to bring that in, all of his prior bad acts on that are going to be allowed to be brought in, and that is not going to be good for your client. Not going to be good. It sounds so ridiculous. Right. If their defense strategy is Kate is bad, therefore Aiden didn't commit any of the crimes he then recorded, lose. It's not a strategy. It's not an argument. I think their strategy is throw shit at the wall and see what sticks, because not for nothing, but you can't defend the indefensible. There's nothing they can defend here, right? And that's the problem, is Aiden destroys his own cases on a daily basis. On a daily basis, he presses the record button, gets on his stream, and does something ridiculous or something that shows what his intent was, or lets something slip, right? That shows what his intent was and what he wanted to do. Like, bro, he destroys his own case on a daily fucking basis.
It's not in dispute. It's in the motion. Has forged court filings,
fake affidavits,
to try to screw him in part of their fighting
screw him
during their life. Okay. Has attacked witnesses for the Commonwealth, Alberts, and tried to get him to say bad things about them when she, in fact, defamed them. And this person was basically holding Mr. Mello's hand these are the messages that we got, amongst other things, telling him what to do. And when we got that affidavit from Tully, oh, well, I didn't open or click on any of these links. That's a problem for one reason, because they were in their possession, custody, and control. It ought to have been turned over. And what was contained, we don't know. But you know, there has to be, under Neil, a reasonable basis to believe there might be something useful. And the reasonable basis you have is that
No, I hear you. Should have tested this.
I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Oh, I can hear you now too. Good.
Okay.
I got a new
was muted
speaker
because I was
system.
playing this. Oh, it sounds good. It sounds good. I need a new
I like
mic.
it.
Facts.
Yeah. Yeah.
What did you think about this? Tell me. I need your.
I gotta
was
watch it
listening
again.
late earlier,
I gotta watch it again. Honestly, I feel like it's probably what we expected. I need to watch the whole thing in detail again because I was so overwhelmed with the chat and the Kate stuff, and it's been a wild day, and I need to just watch it carefully. But I will say this: I kind of expected that this motion to dismiss wasn't going to work. And I do find what Lana has been saying and what you've been saying, a lot of other commentators, about how do you blame his actions on Kate Peter? You know, that just doesn't make sense in the end. And it's funny because I feel like it came from me, actually, because I was the one pushing a lot of that stuff early on. I just want to say too that I came on today, Elise. It's the first time I've ever been on a show with you, and we've been friends for a while. Yeah. Even when it was a secret. And that's why I'm on here today, because you're a friend, and I really appreciate it. When friends are hard to have sometimes, and difficult times, like, you know who your friends are. And today was a big day for me and my stream, and I appreciate you. And so I just want to come up and say that. And even though we don't agree on Karen, and sometimes I cringe when you know, but it doesn't matter. I'm sure you cringe when I say shit too. Like, it is what it is. And I appreciate you as a person. I really do. And I think you've taken a lot of abuse, and I want people to know that. Like, fuck them if they have a problem for me coming up here.
I don't care. That's the difference. Is like, once the initial like shit storm falls down on you, after that you're like, I don't fucking care anymore. Like, I don't care. You did the damage, right? And I remember at one point, I think it was Christy, he sent, when she was, you know, helping him or whatever, and he sent her to send me a message and say, he's gonna take down everything he wrote about you. And I said, for what? For what reason? And she was like, well, you gotta contact him. And I said, there's no chance in hell. There's zero chance in hell. Zero chance in hell I'm doing that. You can tell him to go fuck himself. That's not happening, right? Like, the damage is done. Here you are, like a year and a half or 2 years later, like trying to get information from you. Not for nothing, but any information you're gonna get from me is not good for you, my guy. Like, it's not good for you. Like, it's bad for you. So I'm like, no, there's no deals to be made. You lied and said horrible things about me because you couldn't keep it in your pants, and it's supposed to be my job to lie for you. Get the fuck out of here with that, bro. Like, no.
There's no coming back from that, especially on his terms. I mean, that's the thing. It's always going to be on his terms, because he'll never take accountability. And that's the problem. I'm not dealing with people in my life ever who don't have accountability, including myself. Like, I make mistakes. I fuck up. There was one criticism of me today about Miss Shorty. I made a public apology about the way I treated her, because I wanted to do that for a while, actually. It's like, sometimes your critics help you if it's actually valid criticism of you.
Valid criticism,
and maybe it helped me get there today. But
when
I just
ones that don't make sense, then I'm just like, yeah, go fuck yourself. I'm not. That doesn't.
You know, the thing too, like you said about the attacks, it's a lot to deal with at first, but then there comes a point, like you said, and you just don't care anymore. And it's also the point that I love, which is the kind of the rebuilding and the comeback. And that's always been my life. I mean, I'm a late bloomer in terms of even intelligence and speaking. My younger brother used to speak for me as a child. Like, I was nonverbal at one point. Like, when people make fun of my speech, it's like, I love that, because I had trouble speaking at all. And now that people even listen to anything I say and they replay it and they slow it down, I'm just like, wow, they're watching me. They're really obsessed with me. And especially knowing that I was nonverbal my first years. My younger brother, 11 months younger than me, used to communicate for me and speak for me. the first years of my life.
I had to help my sister sort of get him verbal
Yeah.
for the first couple years.
And then later in the second grade, we had the Iowa test come through, and I caught up. I all of a sudden went from special needs 24/7 to the advanced class, where the teacher was like, I was a star pupil. I was the kid. I was the rose that grew out of the concrete. My environment changed. That's a big thing. That's why I'm always about environment and what we do, and giving people a chance, and second chances and third chances, especially if they want to try to fix it and be accountable. And that's all I'm trying to do too. So I hope people give me that space. I really appreciate you, and I'm glad to be on here today. I hope I'm not talking too much.
Nah, dude, listen, I am very proud of my community as a whole, my audience as a whole, because it is very evenly keeled free hear and read and not free hear and read. And people don't come here and tear each other down and fight and argue. We make opinions and we give criticisms on both sides of the fence. And everyone, say for instance, one person right now, his mother died, everyone would check in on them. I am proud of that community. That is what I wanted. That is what I want to build. I don't want a cult. I want a community. And I'm proud of every single person that comes here with a differing opinion, and they have these differing opinions and they exist. And fun fact, like you were saying earlier for the audience, is I have been talking to Mike since the beginning of all of this, really, and was one of the only people that didn't like actively shit on the poor guy after he had to deal with Aiden, like throwing this wiretapping bullshit at him. And like, as a human, I had already been through the Aiden pile-on, dude. There is no need to be sharing someone's personal, very private messages while they're going through something that heavy and it doesn't just end, right? Like, it still affects you. It just does. People aren't just okay after that, you know? And so plenty of people took the advantage to like talk to Mike, but then share his messages. And I think that was really shitty because I'm just not a person that does that anyway. But like, there was no need for that, right? Like, maybe give some good advice. Whether the person takes the advice or not, that's their choice to make. But give the best advice you can give and then let it be, man. Like, people just don't seem to know how to do that. And it bothers me. Maybe it's because I'm a
A problem on both sides. I think that's what I like to bring up too. It's like, I've been on both sides of it, and I still am in a degree. Like, there are people on both sides, free Karen Reed and anti Karen Reed, that hate me right now, especially anti Turtleboy, and you too. Yeah. So like, I think we all need to do that a little more. Just chill the fuck out, people. Like, don't get so invested. And the thing about Elise and I, unlike a lot of the people that are watching, a lot of you don't know these people in person. Like, you haven't had lunch with them or been on the phone with them or been at court with them like we have. Like, we know a lot of these people. So it's a different dynamic, and we have different insights on it than you do. So I think I don't know. I just think people should take note of that a little more.
Yeah, take
like,
note.
yeah, when the boots on the ground say shit, and I take note of that more. I do. Even when they're anti Karen Reed or what am I saying? Or if they're anti Mike, you know what I mean? Like, there's some of those too. Like, it depends. You know what I mean? It's like, I just feel like the people who have been here have a little more experience that know people, you know?
Well, they do. And I think people kind of discount the fact that, like, we all went through some sort of pile-on with Aiden. We saw how he operated in real life and in private. I mean, how many phone calls do you think he gives daily, as we know, of him crying to someone on the fucking phone because he's such a baby back bitch? I'm going to go to jail. I don't know what to do. And then he gets on his stream and he's like, it's going to be amazing. We're going to just blow this out of the water. I'm never going to jail. Come on. What he's giving the public and what we know he does behind closed doors are two very different things. And I also think that people discount how actually diabolically evil he is. The things that he's willing to do and how far he is willing to go. Like, he will throw anyone under the bus, even if you didn't do anything wrong. If he thinks lying about you will save him, he'll do it. Like,
yeah. And there are some in that audience that actually do know how far he'll go. And they actually are with that. They're with that, and they're part of it. And they're part of the crew that will. So there's different elements in his audience. Some people understand that, and some people don't. I think a lot of people don't. But
that's the part that gets me. It's like, what more does one need to say, right? Like, we were on opposite sides of this case for a long time, but our experiences with Aiden are the same. And how many other people fit into that category, right? So it can't be everyone else is the same 7 things or 5 things you said. Scammer, you're a grifter, you're crazy, you're a criminal. He eased off the criminal thing now that he's been charged. But you ever remember back in the day and be like, oh, this person's been charged with this, and all their cases are dismissed, so they haven't actually been found guilty of anything, right? And now that he's been charged, you don't hear that so much, but usually it's you're great, you don't mean anything, you don't matter. You're a grifter.
Nobody cares. Nobody's listening.
cares.
Nobody's watching.
As he stopped.
But shit, I had a lot of people watching me this week. So that's a funny thing. That's what I like. I like the comeback. And you come back too. That's another thing. Your show was done for a while. And now I know a lot of people, including me. I know a lot of YouTubers that watch you. Like, credible people are watching you and all the shit you took. You took a lot of shit, Elise, from all sides.
I did. And I still do. But it's like, if I chose to put my tail between my legs and put myself first and be selfish, right? Then what would happen to the endless victims of Aiden's who have no one to speak for them? Like, who?
And you found your niche. You found your calling. Right? That's what I like about that.
I broke bread with these people. I did quiet, advocacy work for free for 16 years before I ever got on YouTube. And I still do that to this day when I'm not streaming, right? And so it's like, I never stop doing those things because they make my heart happy and it's the right thing to do. And if I can do them here too, also people seem to forget, like, I'm not just advocating for other victims. I am one of those victims. Like, I am literally one of those victims. Like, so it's like, everyone deserves a little bit of justice when it comes to him, because nobody deserves to be piled on, shit on, told lies about. He's trying to control who likes who talks to who donates to who, so on and so forth. Like, all of the people that say shitty things about me, not a single one has ever bothered to talk to me or know me. Never noticed that?
No, or even know the situation of how you ended up on the outs with him, which I do know. And it was fraudulent. It was lies. It was lies. You were accused of doing something that you didn't do, and it was all to cover up his shenanigans. It's like embarrassing to him because it's always covering up his bullshit. It's like, why is it anybody else's responsibility to cover up his bullshit? And he blamed you for snitching him out on his bullshit, and you weren't the one. It was somebody else, and who's still in the crew.
It was Deanna who took the picture, and then her and Lauren, knowingly and wittingly blamed me, and I had no problem watching them pile onto me, which I found to be disgusting after Lauren coming to me and crying about it that night that Aiden threw out like trash, right? So I'm trying to be a solid friend to her, right? And then Lindsay asks me where Lauren is, that she needs to talk to her. And so I assume if you're asking that question that you already know what happened, right? Like, otherwise, why would you be asking where Lauren is and that you want to talk to her? So of course I'm like, well, she's not coming. She just found out you existed fucking an hour ago, right? Like, and so then of course Lindsay's like, what the fuck do you mean? And I'm like, well, cat's out of the bag. Like, not my problem to lie for him, bro. But like, how is that my problem or fault? It's not, right?
Yeah,
and then, of course, Kara comes out of nowhere, didn't even know she existed until she popped onto my stream. She heard from someone else all that was going on, right? So then a third woman pops out. Then you got his wife. So you got 4 women that he's lying to, right?
How's that anybody else's problem but his?
Right? Somehow becomes my problem.
Yeah.
Because I answered a question and didn't even know I was like, ratting him out, basically.
What kind of bizarro world is this? This is bizarro.
Like, I'm sorry, it's not my job. And then when people asked him right away, like, what is it that she did that was so bad to you? Like, all he could say was, well, it's personal.
Yeah.
It's what? What? Like, just making shit up for funsies. Like, what are we doing here, bro?
Yeah.
You like my hotel, Mike? This is my hotel. I have a room service guy, and he's very nice, We got we got popcorn, and we have, we got some cotton candy machine back there. We're got a great hotel room, okay? It's a great hotel room. This is my hotel. Also, Leah now officially lives in a trailer because Aiden said so,
Everybody lives in a trailer, apparently.
Yep, everyone. We're all just.
I still laugh that he's called me cryfit in this video of him crying on the floor out there. It's like, dude, that is so funny. Did I make you cry? It wasn't me that made him cry. It was friggin'.
You mean this one?
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
It made you cry. That's That's the fucking t-shirt. I definitely have to put that t-shirt. I need some submissions. Somebody needs that because I always say we're gonna make t-shirts, but that is a t-shirt for me next. Cry if it made you cry. Somebody needs to design that t-shirt and send it to me. We need to put that out there.
Cricket. I need to get back to doing that, but like I make shit with my Cricket because it's necessary, and like that is gotta be made. It has to be. So many ways.
Can I see that again? Can I see that video again?
Of course you can. It mutes us, but yes. Hold on. I play it probably like 3 times a stream.
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
I shared that apparently, and I had taken it down. I didn't even felt bad because I don't know what's going on with that. I don't. You just like, but he's so. He is a crybaby.
So funny.
Like I was like, he shared my most recent text, and really what I was texting about, I was saying, dude, if you're gonna sue me, tell me what you're gonna sue, because he was talking about suing people. So I want to know if he was gonna sue me, and if he was, like, what was it gonna be about? Like, give me a heads up, like, because I know the libel laws. If I did something wrong, tell me, I'll fix it. And you know, and he basically acted like I want to get back to him, and he was saying some shit, and I was like, dude, you call me Cryford. Like, what are you fucking crying about a video? You call me Cryford and everyone calls me that. What do I fucking care, like, what you say? And it's so funny that, like, that's the thing. He like, they think they're winning when they call me Cryford. And it's like, I love that because I know who they are. When they do that, I know exactly who they are and that I own them. I made them cry because I don't like Aiden anymore. They're crybabies about it. It's just funny. And they're the ones that are crying on the floor. It's like, when you said about how he cries, he called me during the JFK shit. During the JFK shit, right before he put me on his show and started all that shit with me, right? And when he called me that day, he was crying about JFK, and I was like, dude, just talk to JFK. He's a boss. Like, you need to work this out man to man. He's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And then and I said, so, you know, what the fuck is going on with this whole thing? You recorded Karen. And he starts, this is Aiden. Literally, I thought I was talking to, like, a girl baby? Or like a 5-year-old girl. He said, Mike, if you heard how mean and he said something like the disgusting comments that Karen was making to me. Like, it was like, I was like, almost, I'm like, this is the guy that's fucking so tough on his show. He's crying about how mean Karen Reed was to him.
So mean. So mean. So mean. See,
and he wiretapped her. And he wiretapped her and called her a CUNT. I mean, this.
Usually, the phone call is either he's screaming at you, demanding you do something or not do something, right? Or
yeah, he's never screamed at me. I wonder why. He never called me and screamed at me. I wonder why. He never
screamed at me either.
I think he already had an idea.
He had to have known. Like, listen, buddy. Like, I am not if the one woman in the world you want to scream at is me, I will replace all your fucking teeth with chiclets. I am not the one, my friend. I am not the fucking one.
You are not the one, at least. You are not the one
to replace your teeth with. Okay, I will donate this box of chiclets for you.
Does he even talk about you anymore? Because I know he used to, but I have a feeling he doesn't want to talk about you anymore.
Lately won't, and it's like
because your numbers are going up.
Times. I mean, I called you. You didn't answer.
Yeah.
I'd like a response. I need to know. You said there's going to be a Q&A at this golfing event. I need to know. Do I need to pay $5 or more for the second question? I want to know. Like, I left the voicemail. I didn't get a call back. All right. I've left 2 voicemails. We've called 3 times. He does not want to comment. Okay. I'm independent media. I have some serious questions. Independent media, I would like to discuss your case, but I can't discuss your case because you won't answer
tape to live.
Sorry.
Tape to live. Live to tape. It's funny because he used to always talk about you when he was winning. Now that you're winning, you're gaining an audience. He doesn't want to talk about you. I have a feeling he's doing the same thing with me now. Today, someone, while he was doing his little live thing after court, someone's like, Mike's up there with KP, and he's like, oh, the figures. And then he moved on quickly. You could tell he didn't want to say it. It was like, because he's driving people to me. Before he gets to review it, everyone's watching it this afternoon.
Him and Baker are driving people to me by running their mouths about me. People are coming here and going, where's the demon? Where's the bad person? I can't, where? And then they stay. And then they stay.
And then they stay and we win them over. We peel them off one at a time. We peel them off one at a time.
Well, here's the difference, right? Is I'm actually a decent human in real life. I'm not a shitty human being, right? Like, so anybody who's actually ever met me or who has had any engagement with me as an actual human being knows what kind of person I am. right? So I
You're
can
not a
tell
cop caller?
immediately.
Are you you're not a
No,
cop caller, right?
dude,
You don't call, you don't have
I could have
multiple HPOs against exes and go to court like 5 times a year, like
No.
regularly for the last 15 years. Like
Yeah, he should
he
have
spends
his
so much
edits.
time in court. I don't understand why he's
Outside
not a
the
lawyer
Terry
at this
Boy.
point.
He can't even understand the basics of it. Dude, not that long ago, he still admitted to this day, not reading all of the Karen Reed documents because they were, quote, boring, right? Do you remember when he was telling everyone that if Karen Reed was acquitted, that his charges would magically disappear? And I told everybody, like, that's not happening. He still committed a crime. It's not a thing, right? But he was like, oh, nope, if she my charges they just disappear. They're gone. Poof, there they go. Like, what kind of advice are you getting there, bud? I handle shit myself normally, and to be fair, if I were to call the cops on every fucking idiot that threatened my life, threatened my children's lives, like, I would just live at the police station. So I don't bother. If you want to be as brazen as to try to show up where I live, oh my God, I would love for someone to attempt that. My husband will meet you right there at the door, and so will I. I would freaking love for that to happen. No one has the balls for that because they know better. Like, there's a difference between Aiden having like his little bark that he has, like, me.
Nobody's scared of it anymore.
Turtleboy.
I mean, yeah.
Being angry, right? And someone who actually has bark and bite. I think people can tell the difference a lot of the time. Like, I won't even bark at you. I will just fucking bite, right? Like, I don't have time or patience for barking for 20 minutes. Exhibit A, Chrissy Mello at the courthouse. And I'm sure you heard about that. Like,
Oh God, I don't even. Yeah, that was awful.
I was mid.
I love Jay Brill.
I was mid swing. I'm like, I'm not doing this. You want to talk shit, bro? We can handle it outside. Oh no, you don't want to handle it outside? I'll handle it right here in this courthouse. I don't have the patience to deal with fucking stupidity, bro. Like, I simply don't, and I will not sit here like a bitch and let you just run your mouth and say shit that isn't true. Not me. Not what I'm gonna do. Sorry. Nope. Nope. No. Never heard from her again, by the way. Where did she go after that? She just like disappeared, like poof, gone. I never told her that Aiden hated her because I didn't want to hurt her feelings. But when she's so
didn't she have an issue with Jay Brill recently? I think she had an issue with Jay Brill recently. I'm pretty sure if it was her. I don't know. That's what people said. I don't know for sure.
Like,
but there was
the nicest person, like,
yeah,
in real life. Like,
I know.
So
I hope I
weird.
didn't get that wrong. Sometimes I get names wrong and then people get mad. I'm sorry.
Possible. I know she like disappeared off the map for a really long time. And like,
yeah,
I was trying to be kind enough to not let her know that like he hates you, right? He can't stand you, your voice, your presence. Like, he hates you, right? And so I never told her, right? Whatever. I didn't want to hurt her feelings. But when she so easily turned on me because Aiden said I was bad, I was like, you can deal with him now. Good luck. Let me know how that works out for you. You know how that works out for you.
that's the thing. He hates so much of his audience. People don't even recognize that. They don't realize
get how much he makes fun of them
on
a like privately, like every single day. Like, they're donating, and he's like, look at this fucking idiot who just donated $150 to me. Like, they're so fucking stupid. They'll believe anything I say. Like, I can't imagine talking about one of my viewers or donors in that way ever. Regardless if they donated to me or not, or if they've never donated to me. I could never speak badly about someone that was supporting me, right? Like, unless they did something to me that was horrible, there would be no reason to do that, right? But not only does he do that to people who are actively supporting him, right? Exhibit A, Boozy Susie. He calls her crazy all the time, still to this day, and she still just hands him over money like a piggy bank. Stupid as hell, but she does, you know? Like, get some self-respect, people. Get some self-respect. Just a little, just a smidge, just like a tiny bit, a little tiny bit of self-respect. And, you know, like, know who you are, okay? You don't need to be in a toxic community. If you're looking for a place to belong with others, it doesn't have to be in a place that's toxic. It doesn't have to be in a place that hurts other people and drags their personal lives or makes mountains out of molehills or just simply makes it up as he does.
I gotta stop right there because I want to underline that because that is what we're creating on all sides right now, and that's the goal. Honestly, this doesn't need to be toxic. Doesn't need to be. That's what my show, in my chat, we try to be non-toxic. In my show, I mean, that's,
and I'm proud.
We cannot agree and disagree, but I'm trying to bring that down, you know, and I think
Bring the
like
temperature
people,
down.
I think that people, when they see that can exist, they experience it. Once they're in there and they see it and feel it and what that really means, I think that's why we're starting to win. I do. So
I think
keep that in mind, everybody.
It hurts,
you know,
like him. Like you have to remember, even though he says we're irrelevant, he stalks all of our streams.
No, and that's what they're worried about.
All
That's
of
why
them.
they're going nuts right now too. Like that's why I know I'm gonna get some petty streams. I know that I'm gonna get like, piled on, but I don't
From
give
who,
a fuck.
Will?
Like, oh yeah, but it's not gonna work anymore. Like it's
Cares what he has to
that
say.
shit is over. That shit is over. So good luck to them. I mean, they know they're looking at the numbers. They see the numbers going up.
Of course they do.
And I know what's coming too. That's the other thing. JFK is I just want to say something. JFK has been so on point with so much, and folks, wait till you see what's coming. You know, if you think you've seen it, you haven't seen it yet. Just the end of this year is going to be fucking the wildest shit you've ever seen, and a lot of you are going to recognize. A lot of you making these negative comments against us. I hope you come back to those comments later this year.
On. That's what I tell people. I go, come back to me after his trial with all that. Okay. I want you to come bookmark that shit because I want you to put this in your minds. And this is what people don't seem to realize. Even though his phone extraction is quote public, it's not like you can't just click on it and get it, right? Like I have his phone extraction. It's 48,000 pages. It slows my fucking computer so much that I have to, like a snail, scroll one by one by one because that's how big the fucking file is, right? When I tell you that there is some just deplorable, disgusting, reprehensible, nonsensical bullshit in there, bro. If it's not brought out in trial, make no mistake that I will drop it all publicly. I
would not doubt it.
Ever loving fucking shit because for 3 years I have been telling the truth about who he is and what I went through. And for 3 years, people have called me names, they've threatened me, they've done all these things, but they don't even know me. Fun fact is, some of those very same people that said some things about me like that, then later on came to me for help with something completely unrelated, and I helped them because it's the right fucking thing to do. Right? It all comes back to like taking the temperature down and letting people step outside the cult and see. Like,
let people have space too. Give people space. Give support, and keep friends. Like. That's the worst thing that people do is they give up their friends because of a cult. That's the stupidest shit you could ever do for yourself because those cult members aren't your friends. I don't care what side you're on. Let me just, I do have to go. I really wanted, they're saying, is it my mic that's echoing? Yeah.
I don't know.
I tried
if it's mine or yours. I don't know.
I don't know, but I do got to run.
So I'm not worried about it.
Yeah. I just want to thank you. I just,
of course.
And I hope, and I don't want to interrupt your video because you're still reviewing the court. And that's what everyone wants to watch right now. They want to see you review it. I want to watch it. So I don't want to take up all your time. I just want to say I support you and thank you for being a friend, at least. Like, you're a good person, and I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad you're doing well. Like, even though you're anti-Karen Reed, I'm going to try to recruit you. I'm going to try to recruit Karen. I'm going to recruit you back to free Karen Reed. Maybe that's my goal. Right. I'm going to recruit KP to free Karen Reed people.
Yeah, right. I mean, listen, my numbers are good. The money's not great, dude. Like, I'm barely putting food in the fridge, but like, it's building, right? You build brick by brick by brick. Like today, I think I got 2 donations. Like, I didn't make shit. It's life. Like, that's how it works, right? But I'm also not a person who's gonna be like, okay, for a week I didn't make shit, so like I give up, right? I can't.
No, you're building, and you know what? Yeah, you're representing, like you said, a niche. These victims. And nobody else is doing it. So you found something that nobody else is doing that you can do justice to, and you're one of them. So God bless you. I'm with you. And I hope the jerks subscribe and throw up some super chats for Elise today. I'll throw in one. Let me get off this thing and I'll throw a super chat in, and hopefully people will match me.
Right? That'd be nice. I've had one ever match for. It was a very small one, but it was well appreciated.
I'm going to do that right now.
Thank you, Mike.
So thank you. Have a great rest of your day, Elise.
You
Keep
too,
your head up, and and anything you need. And the other thing I thank you for is like you help me too. Like you help me even with the streams and the court. You and I are always we're together and we're a team
Yes,
on that.
always,
Making
dude, always. Brian too, always.
good talking to you. I'll talk to you soon,
Absolutely,
Elise.
Mike. See you later, my friends.
Have a great day.
You too. It's great to have Mike on. I don't get to have him on enough. Yep, Christina did 10. That's what I said. I mean 2. One from Mishi earlier and one from Christina, which was very nice of you guys. I appreciate y'all. It's great to have Mike on. It's nice always when I get to have Brian on. Brian was working, so he couldn't pop in, of course, but I did offer just because, I didn't know if he was working right now or not. But it's nice to be able to get to know people outside of what other people are telling you. You can't just take someone else's word. Thank you for the gems, Dark Side. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you, Mike. Match us with the donation. Thank you. Listen, I very well appreciate it. I'm one human being, and I can only do so much. But what I believe what I do is important. I believe that there are a lot of Aiden's victims that deserve justice, and we're not all going to get it, right? We can't all sue for defamation. It's a lot of fucking money to sue for defamation, and I certainly don't have it, and I know many of the other victims don't. So if someone else, sues and wins, that's justice for us all. And it's important to tell other people's stories too, like all the things that people have been through with him on both sides, because it's not just one side. It's not just one side of people who have had to deal with the wrath of a man trying to hide his own bad behavior. It's many, 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 many people. He'll lie until the cows come home. It's just what he does. And so I'm more than happy to sort of help in that aspect, because I believe that there's no one else sort of, that's the thing is when people start going, that's sort of when it happens. So if you don't have that sort of role of people constantly doing it, and also they're a bigger channel than me, unfortunately. For me, not for them, but they're a bigger channel. So they have more subscribers and more viewers than I do. Thank you, Dark Side, for your gems. I appreciate that. Well, that's the other thing, right? Super chats, that, but that's why the regular donation options are always open as well. Those are always helpful too. Cause like you said, yes. Yeah, exactly. I do regular Venmo, so it doesn't charge anyone, on that side, which is nice as well. It's definitely helpful to have. That's why I also have the link that we made for the works for credit and debit cards, because that's a direct option, and especially for small channels. I've told you guys this before. If you're supporting a small channel, like Mike's or Brian's, and I'd even say they're sort of medium size at this point. Oh, thank you. Mike called me in the Bahamas in December and encouraged me to call Lisa. I'm so glad he did. Now I have another dear, genuine friend. Oh, I love you both. I love you both. I am so glad we had that conversation. That was a very adult conversation. And fun fact, we all figured out, right, that we had more in common than we didn't have in common, right? And so this is why I say, I encourage people to have adult conversations with people that you probably never thought that you would, because you never know, you might have a friend for life that you never thought that you would have. You know what I mean? I agree. He's like a cancer. Aiden he's a cancer to society, right? And if it is not me or Nan or Mike or Brian or Kate, it's going to be someone else, right? It's going to be someone else. It's always going to be someone else so that he can get out of his shit. Thank you, Dark Side. It's always going to be making up excuses on why someone else is bad to sort of give that, look over there thing, don't look at him, look way over there. That's his whole thing. You know what I mean? And it's unfortunate, but it's real and it happens. And I can tell you, out of all of his victims, I was with one this morning, right? I have very good relationships with a lot of his victims, and they've been through a lot. And you don't just become okay after dealing with all that. And I at least feel like, oh, thank you, Miss Elisa. I love that I say her name right, because she has the same name as me. Most people are like, is it Elise? Is it Elisa? Everybody calls me Elise for short. It is Elisa, and it's Elisa, but nobody ever has the same name as me. So I am so glad to have somebody with the same name as me, with the same spelling, who I can say it right and you can hear it right, because I know how frustrated it gets me. But that's why everyone calls me Elise. My dad used to call me Elise, and from then on, just everyone just used that. And so everyone calls me Elise. even people in my own family now, you know, and that was from my dad, God rest his soul. He used that name for me, just, you know, as his little pet name. I heard Aiden has motion sickness. You know, I thought about giving him, you know, an award, you know, today for Betero, for the longest scenic route to a point, you know, the longest, you know, scenic route till he got to the fucking point, you know, like the legit. Or like maybe we can put them all in a new movie called Motion Impossible, you know? Dun, 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 dun. Motion Impossible. Gone with the Brief? No? The Fast and the Fiery? No? Lord of the Rings binder version. Honey, I expanded the motion. Like, I expanded the motion. Oh, man. Absolutely, my friend. The chat sometimes, you know, people are responding to other people, and then when you don't read it, then you never know what someone's saying. I love y'all so much. All right, let's see what else Betero complains about. Because he goes on and on and on and on. And the judge just hands it to him. And I love that. I love that the judge just hands it to him.
The person who provided it to Tully that he claims he never opened has committed forgery, fraud, deception, and crimes against him. She's a dishonest person who is...
Cool. Where are any of those charges, right? You cannot just get in an open court and be like, this person is dishonest and they've committed fraud and forgery. And where are the charges for the fraud and the forgery? Where is the proof of the fraud and the forgery? You're just bringing rank speculation into a courtroom in front of a judge and expecting the judge to go, okay, yeah, she's a bad person. She provided evidence to the cops. What would you like me to do? The cops don't go, hey, is this person providing us evidence bad or good? They don't care. They take the evidence and they go and they verify that it is true and correct and exists. That's it. That is it. It doesn't matter who it is that's providing it.
Working hand in hand with the prosecutors in this case. Now, Tully says, I never opened it, and now the links are gone. And we were told in filings, you know, it's been dismissed.
They expire. Links expire after a certain amount of time.
Been deleted by a third party, which presumably is Peter. And what are we?
Nope. They expire. It's not deleted. It expires. Just like my Discord link expires. It expires, and every so often I got to make a new one because it expires. It's not deleted. It might not work because it expires.
Supposed to do, and now finding the evidence to support that defense. Just assume it's nothing helpful. Why would we assume that when this woman is bent on destroying him?
Isn't the shoddy work that he never opened them?
What's that?
Isn't the shoddy work that he never opened them?
That's amongst other things. But I said to you, Tully said that. That's not what Mello did. The emails that we got too late in the process literally show Mello and Peter talking, and he's asking her help. How do I open this? And Mello says, gee, thanks. He literally opened it.
Oh, no. Kate told him how to open a file. Throw away the key. Throw her in jail. She told him how to open a file. Oh, no. It's horrible. Should never, ever, ever help someone open a file. Don't tell them how to do it. Because Betero might get on his little, you know, stander. That's what my daughter calls it. When she was little and she was potty training, we had to get like a little step stool because the toilet was high. And she used to call it her stander, right? So imagine Betero's on his little step stool, his little stander. It's just egregious, Your Honor. It's egregious. She told him how to open a file. This is governmental corruption. Bro.
Opened what? Where is it? Tully says, I never opened it. It's deleted. Mello, very noticeably, never submitted.
I'll also point out that Mello had cancer and was actively dying. Oh, Pepper, you just missed Mike. It just, he has cancer, right? And I'm actually surprised the poor guy is still like kicking. Like he was actively in that time, literally fighting for his life, getting treatments, like, and it happened suddenly. So like when he took the case, it wasn't like, oh, he was already like, came on, right? So the poor guy is like dying of cancer and getting treatments. And so did he maybe forget something? Did he forget to, you know, did he forget to ask someone else? Did he take someone's advice? What does it matter? He opened a file. Right? Where's the corruption? You know what I mean? Like you're arguing nonsensical things because whether he opened a file and whether she told him how to open a file is irrelevant. You know what I mean? Completely irrelevant. It's nice to see you, Pepper. Personalized nicknames are always nice, right? Floating heart. Thank you, Dark Side. I imagine how they all reacted when someone in Bettero's office found the nefarious email from Kate. Like, look, the smoking gun. Imagine they were like, look at this email. Look at it. Governmental corruption, Your Honor. Right here on this pink paper. You know, right here. Right here. I was waiting for the judge to just like break out in laughter or like have clips of my clown music to play during this. I contemplated myself just slipping a little clip of the of the clown music in because it was legit like Sapphire, you get out of Daddy's wallet, you little stinker. Sapphire's in my wallet again. She says she's got the call to match. Thanks, Nan and Mike. She read your super chat messages. You sneaky dog, you. She's such a little sneaky dog. Sneaky little dog there, always stealing Daddy's wallet. Can we take a moment to acknowledge the pretty in pink tie he was wearing? She's always on his mind. Where's his love letter to Karen? I bet she cringes. She cringed at that poor fucking thing.
In all the time the prosecution had to respond to the motion, and if the court remembers, they got many graces in deadline extensions to file, never submitted a sworn statement explaining any of this. What we got instead was a hearsay statement where Mr. Cosgrove, and I say this with due respect to Mr. Cosgrove, was essentially cosplaying as Mello, saying, you know, this is what it would be. That's not evidence in response. What was required is something from Mello under oath, and we've never gotten that. And that's very important too, Your Honor. One of the things that we asked for in the motion is,
to be fair, I don't think Mello can provide that to you because the man is actively dying. I don't even think he can, you know what I mean? So like, good luck with that. Maestro said, I have an email back and forth with a standing district attorney that was more unethical than how to open a file. Like, but Your Honor, Turtleboy derangement syndrome is real. It's real. It's a real thing. Dr. Turtleboy said so. Ma'am, Turtleboy, be afraid of me.
As an alternative, a hearing. Okay? If this was intentional, the court should factor that in. Now, how can the court make a finding whether this was intentional or not without hearing from Mello, Tully, Peter, anyone else who may or may not be involved in this?
May or may not. May or may not.
Does this affect the grand jury presentation?
It didn't.
Well, Peter,
I just want to see the argument. I'm not.
As far as the grand jury goes, it's either Tully or Peter who renamed these files. Now, Tully knew the full name of the files.
But according to Tully, he doesn't open it. So I'm just trying to, you may have a separate argument. I'm not saying you don't. Okay, as to what the relationship between Mello and Peter was or was
you
not.
Don't.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand your argument. Is this part of the Odell or is this some separate motion?
No argument.
Well, on some level, it's
separate
a hybrid.
motions.
I mean, there's clear.
He didn't file any separate motions. So the judge is essentially being like, buddy, yeah, you got one motion to dismiss that was already ruled on mega motion. Are you arguing a separate motion that you didn't file that I don't have in front of me? Like, that's why the judge is so confused, because the judge is like, well, this doesn't fit into what you said there. So what are you arguing exactly? Because I don't have any other motions in front of me to look at, sir. Like, Bettero's fifis must seriously be hurt. I think him and Whiskey Tim probably went to the bar after this. Or maybe Aiden brought them out for chicken nuggies, 2 for $10 at Chili's, 2 for $20. Chicken nuggies and a side of legal commentary. I wonder if they pulled up baby seats for both Bettero and Aiden at Chili's. They were like, sir, you can't strap into this. You might get stuck. Your moobs, they're a little too big for the baby seats. But you're not tall enough to ride the ride, so you're going to have to sit in this, okay?
Clearly,
he didn't file.
But I got to understand what that hybrid is, right, counsel. You give me kind of a mishmash here with all sorts of stuff in it, and I'm trying to sort it out.
And you didn't file
Judge,
motions
there's
on
a
it.
standalone Odell motion, clearly, about impairing the integrity of the grand jury proceeding. We also filed...
But how does... Go on, I'm listening.
There is a second motion to dismiss for extreme and egregious government misconduct based upon... beats me, which a separate motion to dismiss based on...
Beats me, I'm not the one who files the motions, guy. Judge is like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't have a separate motion here, bud. Like... It's Meredith's fault. Kate, Meredith, Kate. It's Meredith's fault somehow. Somehow Meredith's fault. it's LTL. It's Twisted. It's Cryford. It's all these. It's everyone. Your Honor, I digress. Motion to take all this out. Just throw it out in the trash. All of it.
Based on what you filed, Mr. Bedrow.
No, Judge, it's a second point.
All right, this is the problem with what you filed.
Like emergency undies?
We've discussed that already. I can't discern that there's a second motion to dismiss. Here it looks like a big Odell.
Judge, we don't know what missing evidence we didn't get. And the argument that was put forth in Mr. Costco's response to this was that if you don't know, then there's no obligation for us to turn.
If you don't know, now you know. You know? If you don't know the song, then you don't know. But I'm just saying, if you don't know, now you know. Should have just busted out one of those. The judge should have been like, Biggie Smalls. Like, Biggie Smalls. Mr. Bedrow, Biggie Smalls.
Turn it over because there's no reasonable possibility to conclude that it would be favorable to you. And the point is, when it's evidence that was deleted, that was reviewed by Mello,
Panda.
Tully claims he didn't, and it comes from a source who hates him and commits acts of fraud and forgery against him, there's a reasonable basis to believe that something wasn't right.
Nope, there is not. Nope, not when he commits wiretapping, forgery, perjury, blackmail, extortion. Shall we go on? Criminal harassment, stalking, cyber stalking. I mean, we could keep going, right? Like, imagine being his attorney and actually trying to, like, blame someone else, knowing your client did all of those things, and that could get dragged in. Like, oof, ouch.
In that evidence, we don't know. And this woman was assisting these people.
That woman was assisting these people. You mean a person was assisting law enforcement by providing evidence? Everyone's allowed to do that, sir. Mr. Bedrow, I know that you live in Jersey or New York, but that's allowed here, sir. And I think it's allowed there too. Anybody can present evidence of a crime of a piece of shit. Just because you don't like them doesn't mean that what you have to present isn't true. Aiden sucks. Many of the people that lie for him suck. But if one of those people decided that he sucked worse and they turned on him and they provided evidence to the court of his crimes, the evidence is still evidence. Your logic fails there, bud. Your logic, Mr. Bedrow, it fails. Okay, I've seen fucking IKEA instructions that were easier to follow than this goddamn argument. Okay, every goddamn sentence has a sequel to it. You know, Mr. Bedrow's like, but government outrageous corruption, Peters. Your Honor, this is crazy. This is so crazy. This is not okay.
Back right.
I want my chicken nuggies and a side of barbecue sauce.
Right before.
I want my baby back, bitch. I want my baby back, bitch. Chili's, baby back, bitch. Barbecue sauce.
Can we please go? I can't go back. Can we please go? I can't go back.
Don't ever not be funny. Never.
Literally days before the grand jury, explaining to Mello how to use the evidence. What is that evidence? She sent a folder titled Intent. That may very we don't know, but that may very well be
wrong.
The clips, the change names.
Wrong.
She'll probably deny it. She'll go online and deny it and scream and yell about it.
Wrong.
Tully says, I never looked at it. Mello is unheard of. He just disappeared in the wind. There's no sworn statement from him. These people at a minimum should be called in.
Sir, he didn't disappear in the wind. He has cancer. Here's a fun fact for everybody in case you didn't know. Both Bedrow and Bradel are fully aware that Mr. Mello is dying of cancer. So this like ridiculous that we don't know where he went. He's gone with the wind. Scarlett Johansson, Your Honor. He's just poof, gone like a fart in the wind, like a turtle fart in the wind. He's just gone. We don't know where he went. You know? I feel like the scoreboard in the courtroom is still loading. It's like a sporting event where it's like Betero minus 0.00000, judge 5. Judge 5. Judge is the best poker face. We're going to give him the fake award for the best poker face. And we're going to give Betero the most frequently used legal phrase of outrageous.
And take oaths, and let's get to the bottom of it.
Well, I'm going to need a better motion than what I got in order to do that. But Mr. Cosgrove, what do you got to tell me?
Just go through it.
Start where you think is important.
Okay. First, whenever I hear counsel use the word cherry-picked, what that means to me is the Commonwealth picked relevant evidence to support the charges it was looking for. I don't have any real answer. I don't deny that that was what, in this case, Mr. Kearney said and did and put on the air.
Well, why not give them the whole video?
I'm sorry.
Why not give them the whole video? To go to Mr. Bettero's point, why not give them the whole video to watch and play them selected clips, as is often the case?
Because they're 5 hours long.
I don't know what the reasoning was at the time, Your Honor. But if you look at the chart that Mr. Bettero includes in his motion, or his affidavit rather, it runs on for about 3 pages. There's lots of videos. They tend to go about 2.5 hours each.
No more.
If we give them the whole video,
3 or more.
there is lots of other material in there that language used by Mr. Kearney, whatever, it could be construed as prejudicial.
Prejudicial.
I'm sure
yep.
Your Honor has already heard about reference to the O'Keefes, and the Commonwealth introduced this, and then they didn't indict him with respect to intimidation of the O'Keefes, and this was entirely inappropriate, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure if Mr. Mello had put in 25 whole videos, we'd be getting an argument that all kinds of prejudicial material was put in, and that the Commonwealth should have simply chosen what was relevant to the indictments. I have to say, where's the beef? I keep hearing about stuff.
Where's the beef? Now, some of you might be too young, okay, to know that reference, but used to be the commercial where the old lady, it was a commercial, I forget about what, like, company, but there was the "Where's the beef" lady. She'd be like, "Where's the beef?" Right? All the commercials would be heard. It would end in her going, "Where's the beef?" Cosgrove breaks out of "Where's the beef?" Not in that mega joke of emotion. Cosgrove, right? Wendy's. Not in that mega joke. Not in there. There's no beef in there, sir. They opened that shit and got like fake, you know those. You open the peanut jar and you open it, it's just like fake snakes that popped out, They got to the mega motion, just fake snakes popped out. They were like, just kidding. No mega motion here, just a mega joke.
Out of context. And if only there was the context, if only the whole thing had been shown, the defense has read my response and said, Your Honor, and one of the things I said was, where is it? Where's the submission to the court? These are the things that if only the grand jury had viewed them as Your Honor is now capable of viewing them, because we have submitted them, and certainly Mr. Kearney has access to his own video, it would have put things in a completely different light, and here's why. You don't have any of that. There may be some things in the entire videos that For example, Mr. Betterow says, at one point, Mr. Kearney talks about how he's going to expose corruption or something like that. Or Mr. Kearney could have 16 different motives. People have more than one reason for doing things, for putting something in. Some of those motives may be good motives. But those motives are irrelevant. All the Commonwealth has to prove is that one of his motives was to intimidate those witnesses.
Correct.
That's what's relevant. Furthermore,
Thank you, Dark
I
Side.
think, as Your Honor alluded to, we can infer a certain degree of sophistication on the part of the grand jury. Nobody watches even the evening news and sees a snippet of a Trump press conference or something going on in the city of Boston or an excerpt from what's going on in court and leaves under the delusion that other things weren't said, other things weren't happening. They understand that the news media selected what they considered relevant and showed that. In fact, I think that's what Mr. Kearney does on his own broadcasts. People are sophisticated based on years of watching news shows and years of, at this point, watching the internet. There's nothing to stop a member of the grand jury, and for each of these witnesses, grand jurors had an opportunity to ask questions. And if you've read the grand jury transcripts, you know they did ask questions, and they certainly could have said, you know, you're only showing us a snippet here. We'd like to see the whole video.
Yeah, but they didn't need
Nobody
to.
did that.
Obviously.
Are we going to put this on the grand jury to make sure they get a square presentation?
No, I don't think we're putting it on the grand jury. I'm simply pointing out that in addition to the other points I've made, the opportunity was there.
And they didn't ask for it because they didn't need it.
Nothing was being concealed. I think the practicalities of presenting the grand jury with however many hours it would have been, 26, 46, however, these shows that Mr. Kearney's run about 2.5 hours would be somewhat absurd, frankly. I think the Commonwealth's obligation was to show what was relevant, and that was what we did.
Okay. Tell me about the issue, your thoughts on the issue with Ms. Peters and Mr. Mello.
All right. With respect to Ms. Peters, I want to make a couple of points. One is Mr. Betterow raises this issue of the prior federal court suit, which Ms. Peters apparently admitted to having forged a document or something of that nature. Well, Mr. Kearney would be aware of that because he was involved in it. But there is no reason why the best of prosecutors, when somebody comes to them with information, they may check out the information, which is what was done here. People went and looked at the broadcasts that they were pointed to, why they would go back and screen for federal court cases to see if the witness had previously been involved in a federal court case. I don't know. It's not a search warrant where you're trying to establish the veracity of the informant, and maybe you do some research in that case, although I think it would be rare that that kind of research would be done. So the suggestion that the Commonwealth knew or should have known that this witness was tainted in that respect, I think is somewhat absurd.
To the best of your knowledge, were any of the Peters materials presented to the grand jury?
The Peters materials were presented to the grand jury in the sense that there were a couple of audio recordings that were obtained from Kate Peters, which
The Lindsay Gattani wiretap.
Which
Scanlon
Lieutenant
wiretap.
Tully could not find checking independently because the theory was that Mr. Kearney had taken them down and had replaced them.
Well, what happened was Aiden only sent those ones privately to people, and he did one of them he put on his YouTube, one of the Lindsay ones, but not both of the edited and non-edited versions. And the Scanlon one leaked because he sent it to a bunch of people who then sent it to a bunch of other people, so on and so forth. But he never released that one publicly because it said the opposite of what he was claiming to the world that it said, of course. And so he couldn't have other people listening to that or seeing that because it said the opposite of what he had claimed. So those weren't publicly available. Those were sent by him to numerous people who then sent it to other people, so on and so forth.
With different videos in which he had intercut a warning that was not actually there originally, that the conversations were being recorded. One of those.
This went to the wiretap indictment, which didn't happen.
Right. So those are the only two. The rest of them, whatever was brought to Lieutenant Tully's attention, and I can't tell you the extent to which they were brought to attention by Kate Peters, or the extent to which they were brought to attention by the victims in this case, who were obviously not happy with some of Mr. Kearney's broadcasts about them, or by both. But in every single case, Mr. Tully's representation is that he himself went to the internet, looked up the broadcast, recorded it himself, or caused it to be recorded by somebody in the office. I have to say this predates me, but I have no reason to doubt that representation, and presented them to the grand jury. And I would point out to Your Honor, to this moment, there has been no representation that any portion of the videos that the Commonwealth showed, which we presented to the grand jury as things that Mr. Kearney himself had recorded and broadcast, were not genuine. There's only been this argument that, well, they were taken out of context. If they saw something else, the jury might have thought something different.
Good question, Beach. I mean, again, my sources say that he's been in at least some sort of talk that is leading that way. Whether he actually takes a plea or not is wholly up to him and his ego, realistically. It's wholly up to him and his goddamn ego. But Purple Crayon might want to drop his purple crayons, because listening to his arguments to me was like watching somebody try to fucking parallel park a fucking cruise ship. All right. Like, that's what it is. Like, for the love of fucking Jesus. It was like trying to watch somebody parallel park a fucking cruise ship in between two other cruise ships. Like, what are we doing here?
Was the grand jury, I should maybe know this. Were the wiretap indictments no-billed, or were they withdrawn?
We didn't proceed, well, on
Or did they not ask for a vote, actually, is a better way to put it.
well, on the Gaetani wiretap indictments, those were issued, but that complaint was.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
So that leaves us with the Scanlon presentation. And what happened was, after the presentation was made, an issue was raised.
Corndead's also right. He didn't just do lives. He had Richie make videos about it and follow him around with a camera for months and months and months. You know what I mean? So there's just a lot of evidence that they created on their own by just pressing play and then putting it out to the public like dumbasses, because they're super smart and whatnot.
In the mind of an issue was raised with the prosecutor as to whether, in fact, a Norfolk County grand jury would have jurisdiction. Mr. Scanlon, having been, I believe, in Suffolk County, his end of the conversation, and I believe Mr. Kearney was not in Norfolk County at the time either. So there was some thought that maybe, as I understand it, maybe that Mr. Mello would ask Mr. Morrissey to get himself appointed as a special prosecutor for Suffolk County for the purpose of seeking an indictment there and joining it. But it was never pursued. You know, with that in mind, the Norfolk County grand jury just expired without anything further being done. So nobody ever went in front of the grand jury and said, this is withdrawn, but at the same time, no true bill was proposed to the grand jury relative to Mr. Scanlon.
You just never asked for a vote on it.
Never asked for a vote.
Any more you want to tell me?
No, I'm content to rest on my memorandum unless Your Honor has questions.
Mr. Betterow, I want to go back to this Peters thing because I'm struggling to understand exactly what your basis on the Peters evidence is.
He has no basis.
It is a loss of exculpatory evidence?
No basis.
Is it?
None.
I don't know. You tell me, because again, the motion comes in as an Odell McCarthy sort of, and then goes on for many, many paragraphs, but never really tells me much about.
It goes on for many, many purple crayons, and it doesn't really tell me anything about how any of this is true or why it matters. You know, the argument has a GPS direction, but it still couldn't find its destination, says the judge, basically. What? Goes on for many, many paragraphs, but doesn't actually tell me why any of it is important or makes any sense. I'd back that up a little.
No, you tell me, because again, the motion comes in as an Odell McCarthy sort of.
Yes.
And then goes on for many, many paragraphs, but never really tells me much about why this is important. So is it an Odell, or is it a Commonwealth versus Willie loss of exculpatory evidence? I gotta know.
We don't know what Peter evidence ended up before the grand jury because nobody seems to have it. What I can tell the court is she provided a copy of a Scanlon alleged illegally wiretapped call.
Okay, but he's not charged with that.
No, but to get to the point where they just said on the Scanlon evidence, we just never asked for a vote. What they never did is what every prosecutor should have done, which is instruct the grand jury, disregard that. They didn't do that. I mean, that kind of just slipped by in that exchange that was just had. You
for
put
fuck's
forth
sake. Once again, that is like saying that the grand jury doesn't know to not use wiretapping on something that's not being voted on for wiretapping. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just, yeah. Come on. That we're just arguing nonsense at this point, right? Once again, his argument is a bunch of words with no destination. Like, even the argument, it had a GPS and it still couldn't find its destination. Like, you know what I mean? His confidence was a 10, right? His confidence was a 10 when he filed that mega joke of a motion. I wonder if he's feeling -5 at the moment. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? It is getting very old. Blaming it on everyone else is getting old. You know what I mean? That's okay, Rose. No worries. I appreciate you, my friend. Matches can also happen in regular donations too, guys, like direct ones as well. I read them, obviously, so they'll always be counted. I mean, the fucking argument keeps circling the runway, but never quite lands on the runway, right? Like, and the judge is like, I'm failing to see how any of this is relevant or what the basis of this is. Is this a motion to dismiss? Is this a motion to reconsider? Like, I have one motion in front of me, sir, none of which does this fit into. You say lots of things in lots of pages, but never really get to the fucking point of how any of that makes it so that your client didn't do what he did with the evidence says he did. And therefore, or why it's so, anything is so egregious that the remedy should be dismissal. A remedy of dismissal has to be like, there has to be like a lot of like bad shit the government did, not just like, oh, well, they retitled some shit and I don't like it. Like, that's not how it works. I'm going to bet Federer charges quite a bit of money because he knows he's arguing nonsensical things. If not, then he's just fucking stupid, just flat out stupid. All right. And to be fair, plenty of people have said to me they never heard of him until Mike had him on. Never heard of him. Never, ever, ever heard of him. Why? Well, because at these performances that he has put on are not even close to at par. Never mind, like, mediocre. Okay. Aiden, you have a mediocre attorney. Would you like to get him a mediocre chicken palm for your mediocre attorney? Because I don't even think he's mediocre at this point. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. I came for a legal blockbuster, folks. I got the director's commentary version. Like, Better was like, yeah, I got this. This is going to be a big mic drop on my mega motion. And it's like so confident of his mega motion. It's like, bro, that was not a mic drop. It was a bookmark. It's a bookmark. Sorry, you promised fireworks. I got a damp sparkler. Like, what do the turtle writers think at this point? Like, you know what I mean? Are they, I'm confused. It can't, you know, he was like, this is the mega motion. It's mega, like a lion, left like a PDF, bitch. I'm like, what's happening here?
Uncharged crimes of wiretapping and actually tell the grand jury this is punishable by up to 5 years in prison for whatever reason. It doesn't matter. You choose because you think there's no jurisdiction or not. What Mello was obligated to do as the legal advisor to the grand jury with a duty of fair dealing, not to be an advocate, but a fair and honest broker, was to tell the grand jury, you must not consider any of that. You should not consider that evidence. You should not consider any possible penalty. So where did that come from her? We don't know. We also know that she sent evidence to Tully and I believe also Mello saying, I have taken clips from videos which show his intent in a folder named intent. We don't know where that came.
Please try to separate this out because I'm trying to understand your argument and be very fair to you. Okay? It doesn't sound like there's any argument here there's a loss of exculpatory evidence.
Correct.
Nope.
All right, so we can take that off the table, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
All right, so I don't need to worry about that.
That's
so
part
what
of
I'm
your
now
argument.
left with is the argument that the information, the only...
He's a mega dick. He's a mega idiot. There's nothing mega legal in any of this. It's a mega embarrassment. It's a mega legal embarrassment. I think it's the same thing, right, Barb, that Bradel does, which is like confuse and just point fingers at everyone else to throw the judge off or throw the jury off. Just point fingers at everyone else and confuse and just say a bunch of nonsense that has nothing to do with anything. So everybody's confused as to like what they even just heard. Right? Like that's what Bradel's done like a billion times. Like just confuse everyone and just say a bunch of shit that has nothing to do with anything. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, he's doing another fundraiser, isn't he? Fundraising! Yay! Buy him another house. Buy him another house. Buy him another Cations. He needs another Cations. He needs a Cations, guys. I would love to read the grand jury transcripts for myself. Yeah, look everywhere but him. Do not look at me, Your Honor. My lawyers are amazing. I pay them 3 figures. Okay? 3 figures. I pay him 3 figures. If you guys have not smashed the like button yet, please do so. Please smash the like button. Please. Hold on. Please smash the like button if you would like to donate to the channel. Mike started a match. I love that. Thank you, Mike. Started a match. If you'd like to match or just donate to the channel, we have a bunch of different ways you can do it. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. We have an Amazon wish list. We have a link at the top of chat. Works with debit, credit, Apple Pay, all those things. It happens, right? Forgot to check how much they made yesterday. That's my point, Claw, is the reputational hit that they're going to take on this. Make no mistake, when he loses, he is absolutely, in my opinion, going to appeal based on his lawyers being dumb as hell, right? he's going to appeal and say, well, my lawyers were dumb and they made all these mistakes. And so they did not represent me properly. So it's ineffective assistance of counsel. And I want to appeal on ineffective assistance of counsel. And then he's going to drag his lawyers to the fucking mud. Anybody with a brain cell knows that, right? As long as he thinks he can get out of it or wriggle out of it some way, somehow, including throwing those lawyers right under the bus, he absolutely will. Absolutely fucking will. And it is a sham. What they're perpetrating is a huge sham. First Amendment, and like Frieda's saying, come on, guys, it's fundraiser for free speech and justice for OJO. Get with the program. Karen Reed. That's all he has to say is Karen Reed and justice for John O'Keefe, and they just throw money at him. Like, bro, okay? Come on, stop it with the madness and the nonsense. You know, he moved his liquid cash to fix through the house purchase, then protected via homestead. Even if he did, they can put a lien on his home. So it doesn't really solve his problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can still do many, many things to get you to fucking pay up. And when I say he's going to have to pay up sooner than later, I mean real sooner than later. Okay. Like I said, there's lots of information that I just sit on because it's not the right time and place. And when it is, you guys will know all about it. And you're like, damn, he's an idiot. Yep. I know. You know, I fucking know. I freaking know. Believe me. Believe me. How many of you decided to go get ice cream yesterday on National Ice Cream Day? I just need to know this. I did not get ice cream yesterday, but on National Ice Cream Day, I know some of you must have gotten ice cream. Was it delicious? And what kind did you get? I need to know these answers, okay? I need to know. I like when you guys tell me about your field trips. I don't go on many field trips. I don't have a car, so I'm stuck at home a lot. And so, you know, for instance, I would love some like fresh watermelon right now. I used to be able to just get in the car, go to the store, get some fresh watermelon, and be done with it. I would love to like order a pizza for dinner. That'd be fucking amazing. Can't do that because DoorDash is way too much money. And well, I didn't make enough money today for that. But, and I don't have a car. So I can't just go and be like, here's your $12 for your large pizza that will feed, you know, me and 2 other people in the house. Like, and maybe some fries on the side, like get some fries on the side because I don't have a car. So I need to live through all of you, and I need y'all to tell me all the delicious things you ate and amazing things you did, because you guys take pictures for me and show me, and I love it. Okay, I love it. I lived through all of you. I lived.
The only information that
argument
we seem to have right now, with regard to Peters, is the Scanlon non-indictment, right? Does that seem about right?
And sending clips from videos in some folder named intent to Tully. That as well.
But we've just,
you don't know what that
we don't
is.
know that any of that got in front of a grand jury.
We do not know if that's literally what he used. Correct.
Right. So what we do know is that the Scanlon information got to the grand jury.
We believe so. I mean, I can't tell you if they took her version and found it.
But we know there was testimony about that, or evidence about that.
There was testimony of that uncharged crime that was
now
left there.
I'm really trying to hone down your argument, something I can get my hands around.
Which is
right?
nothing.
Now what we're left with is the question of whether or not the grand jury was, under Brown, tainted by the inclusion of that evidence. It's a high standard, really difficult, given Judge Doolin's findings already. Or whether or not Mello had an obligation to instruct the jury on the law about that now withdrawn or not pursued indictment. Does that summarize the argument?
It does, and Your Honor, I can't fathom a world in which a prosecutor.
Make that argument.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand the argument. I don't need further argument.
So in recap, Federer didn't even make that argument. The judge essentially made it for him because he was too stupid to figure out his own argument. He's like, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it, Your Honor. That's the argument. Yep. Judge is like, I'm struggling to wrap my hands around any of what is in your mega joke. And so I'm going to need you to explain how any of this makes any sense on the motion that you filed. And he's like, is it this, and this? But I was like, yep, that's it. That's the one, Your Honor. Yep, that's the argument. That's the one. You got it. I didn't say any of that. You argued it all for me, but that is the one. Yep, it's it. That is it. That is it. Like, what the fuck, bro? What is this real life? Oh, you mean that was my coffee I got on my way home from the doctor's. Thankfully, Ashley stopped so I can get my coffee, and I got my little drink that she wanted. But we do have Walmart delivery, but then you got to pay the delivery fee and the tip, and it gets expensive. It's like twice as much as what you're trying to buy, which is wild, you know? Yeah, but there's like Massachusetts has ways to make you pay. They will lean on, like, if you have a certain amount of money or whatever, like, they will make you fucking pay it, right? They will drain your bank accounts first. They'll drain your bank accounts first. They'll just drain them bitches, right? Like, he's not getting out of it one way or another. He's gonna have to pay, you know? He's gonna have to. Ooh. I love Five Guys. Their fries are freaking amazing. I haven't had Five Guys in, like, God, it's got to be at least a year, maybe 2. But their fries, top notch. Also, you get a double little bacon cheeseburger. Delicious. Okay. Delicious. And the fries are amazing. And they give you a ton of them. It's a little expensive, but Five Guys is amazing. I don't have one near me. No, I don't have one near me. I was like thinking in my head, like, is there one near me? No, there isn't one near me. I don't think. Not one that like you can just walk or Uber to. DoorDash only covers a certain distance, but I used to live in South Shore, so we had a lot of Five Guys there, and Five Guys is absolutely freaking delicious. The fries, my favorite. My favorite. That's okay. Girl, my friend got Invisalign a couple of years ago, and my sister-in-law was talking about trying to get Invisalign now. You know, never too late, you know? Not retiring anytime soon. I need like just veneers. Like that's what I need. I have some cracked teeth and some broken ones from domestic violence, and like they just need to be like removed. And but those are expensive. Those are very, very, very freaking expensive. Very expensive. Not something most people can afford. And since insurance likes to not cover teeth and eyes, it's like separate, right? I pay for my contacts because I'm blind without them, and I don't love wearing glasses. I don't even think glasses look good on me. My husband disagrees wholeheartedly. Thinks I look like a little librarian. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. This is my job. So let me get this straight. You're upset that my job is the same as Aiden's, and so you tell me to get a job, but you donate $1,000 to Aiden and he doesn't have to get a job. Your own logic doesn't work, cultists. Your own logic doesn't work, cultists. Sorry, you're upset. Imagine saying some stupid ass shit like that. I was gonna donate $1,000 to Elisa's channel, but I donated to Aiden instead. No, you didn't. You're just fucking making shit up, bro. You're just making shit up. Get a job. Did you tell Aiden to get a job when you donated $1,000? Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Their argument on it. I'm just trying to figure out if that's the argument.
Of course, he should have instructed the grand jury to disregard prejudicial uncharged crimes, which could result in somebody going to prison. Yes.
But I still have to go back to the Brown issue, whether or not it affected the integrity of the grand jury.
You have to determine whether it affected the integrity and ultimately whether it mattered. And, in terms of, did it probably influence the grand jury, the Mayfield standard, something else the court should consider about whether any of this matters.
Bro, no.
In March of 2024, Mr. Mello took another shot at a grand jury involving Mr. Carney and Karen Reed for essentially...
But not this grand jury.
No, but...
All right, then we don't need to go there.
Your Honor, if I can have 10 seconds of leeway, none of the misconduct occurred in that grand jury. And what happened? The same allegations, same type of evidence, and that case was no build.
That's a whole different ball of wax. That's
the point.
No.
Could it have influenced? We don't know.
I'm not going to guess about the grand jury presentment that I've never read, I've never seen, and involves a far different set of facts than this. All right? Whatever, I don't know the details of what happened or didn't happen between Mr. Kearney and Ms. Reed. I don't know, and frankly don't care. Okay? What I care about is this grand jury. Okay? In much of that communication back and forth, allegedly with Reed, allegedly between him, it's not before me. I'm not going to draw an inference from that. I can't. You know that.
I'm not asking you to. It's the same video.
You just did kind of.
No, Judge, I'm not talking about anything other than it was the same video evidence and Tully talking about the same things. And admittedly,
I'm going to guess there was a whole lot more to that grand jury than these videos.
Not much.
Whatever. It's not what I'm not before
Understood.
Me. I'm not reviewing it. I don't have access to it, so I can't draw a conclusion as to whether or not it affects how it compares. So that's Believe me, the last place I want to go down the road is
Understood.
figure out any interaction between your client and Karen Reed. That's got no part of this trial. All right? Not fair to anybody. Okay? All right. Anything else you want to tell me about this?
One other.
Oh, see, that's what it was. It was 1,000 pesos. That's what it was. 1,000 pesos. Old enough's like, Benzo, you've been chat hopping all day trying to get attention with ridiculous statements. It's like sad. It's honestly just like sad. It's sad that, I highlight the trolls and just laugh because it's like, bro, what you're saying is A, nonsensical, and B, like, stop it. Stop it. This is ridiculous nonsense. You know what? Please do go donate $1,000 to Aiden and then take $1,000 from your bank account and fan it out in your hands and then get a lighter, right? And just light it on fire, right? And then you can say that you burned money twice. You burned it twice. You know what I'm saying? Like, he bought a house with your money. How dumb do you people have to be? It's one thing to buy a house with donations that you made on your channel. It's another to be asking people to pay for your legal defense fund and then buy a house. If I'm asking people to pay for my legal defense fund, it means I don't have the money to pay for it. And if I don't have the money to pay for it, then I don't have money to buy a fucking house. Now do I? Right? If he had bought a house just on the money he made on his channel alone, well, so fucking be it then, right? So be it. But that's not what happened. He actively is asking for donations in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to pay for his legal defense fees while he creates more legal cases against him on his own, himself, all the time, and then buys a house. Like, that's called scamming. Like, get the fuck out of here. No, they don't make sense. I agree with you, Robert. She's another victim of Aiden's who was falsely imprisoned and had to fight charges just like Kylie did based on his bold-faced lies and him faking evidence, which has been proven in her case, emails in her case, to try to get her charged and did get her charged with a crime. So it ended up being dismissed because they could prove that he, in fact, created the false evidence that got her charged to begin with. So, how many times is he going to falsely get someone charged with a crime they didn't commit? Right? And we're like, are we for real? I know it's got to be Adam. He's the only one who cares that much. Adam, superfan blogger, are you upset? Delicious. Delicious. Oh, delicious. Delicioso. It's just amazing. It's amazing to me. Ooh, Johnny Pops. I haven't had those yet, but they look delicious. They look delicious. It's like, why say wild shit? Why say wild shit? It's fucking wild. Oh, look, it's the turtle again. Poor turtle. I think you're sad today. I would be sad too. Your lawyers suck.
Response to something Mr. Cosgrove said, and when the court was asking him, why not just play or give the grand jury the opportunity, if they so choose, to have the videos, and the response was, well, they could have asked. I
didn't put a lot of stock in that, so I wouldn't spend any time on that.
Whatever they don't know, and the last point, Your Honor, is why rename the video?
Safe drive.
Why say it comes from the intent? Why offer the opinions? It's to put their finger on the scale and to say.
They must be bored, old. Sounds like they're bored. Maybe we should remind people to donate. Does that piss him off? I think it pisses off the turtle. He likes to pocket, like literally count people's pockets. So I'm going to now say, donate if you can, everyone. Apparently it pisses Aiden off. He doesn't like it when other creators make any money. So donate to Brian, donate to Mike, donate to me. It pisses them off. They don't like it. They count our pockets. We're a threat to them by telling the truth. So make sure that you piss them off by donating. I will happily read any little donations that come in.
Say, we believe he did it. You should believe he did it. And that's improper for a prosecutor to do as a legal advisor to a grand jury.
Fair enough. All right, I'll take it under advisement.
Two quick points.
Sure. Yep.
Judge is like, yep, I'll take all that nonsense under advisement. None of it applies to anything that you said, but sure, we'll go with that.
I just want to point out that from the Commonwealth's perspective, the whole Scanlon argument is waived because they had the grand jury minutes at the time that they brought the last motion, including.
The Scanlon argument, it limited to the idea that they should have instructed.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But they had the grand jury minutes on that.
The second point I want to make is the argument that they don't know what information came from Ms. Peters. I guess my response is, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter that she has an animus against Mr. Kearney, that the two of them are oil and water. Doesn't matter if the Commonwealth kept those videos from Jack the Ripper or whether the Commonwealth kept them from St. Teresa. The question is the video evidence authentic? And it is.
Correct.
All right, enough on that. Next issue. Do we have the third party here?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
All right. From the defense, I didn't get a response or an opposition. Is there a response or opposition?
No opposition, Your Honor.
So you're fine with releasing these matters?
Judge, we're, from our perspective, this is all out in the possession of the internet, if you will. And it seems like everybody has it and can look at it except Mr. Kearney, but that's another issue for another day.
Well, we returned it to him. Did we?
Suffolk, I believe this was Suffolk Courthouse, Suffolk Superior. It was at Suffolk Superior because that's where the judge was today. And the judge is like, wait a second, we returned this to him. So what do you mean he can't look at it? He can look at his own phone extraction. It was returned to him or whatever they're talking about. I'm assuming they mean the phone extraction, but they're like, we returned it to him. So what do you mean he can't look at it? Delicious. Delicious. Delicioso. Delicious. It's absolutely fucking delicious. I'm from Boston. I pronounce things weird all the time. All the time. People have to remind me because people with different accents, different countries down south, like, can you say that again? Say what again? That thing that you just said. Pakistan have it yet? Yeah. Piss a guy.
Did we not? That was the order that
I know. You're gonna go walk? Okay, hold on.
Yes, Your Honor, but it's there's also
Okay, just a sec.
That was
okay,
someone
whoever's
Zoom.
on the video, you need to shut down.
Someone's like yelling at their child and like bumped their mute or something.
I muted them, Judge.
And further, Your Honor, Mr. Kearney provided Attorney Diller with all these communications.
So this is not an issue. Because my intent, frankly, my first impression here is I want to protect Mr. Kearney's rights not to have these materials, investigatory materials released. But if you're okay with it, I'm not going to stand in your way.
Here's the thing, right? Brado's like, no, release it, right? Because he doesn't care. He wants it all in the public anyway. And the judge is like, well, I want to protect, his privacy or whatever. And Brado's like, oh, well, if you want to do that, Your Honor, yeah, I know. I think it'll look good if I just say yeah. So yeah, just do that, right? And the only thing that I'm going to disagree with here is Diller comes in and argues, like, for the O'Keefe family, that the protective order from the other judge applies to this judge and for this stuff and so on and so forth. And I don't think the judge liked it. I don't think the judge liked it at all. I don't think the judge likes Karen Reed's case being dragged into this because it has nothing to do with anything. B, a civil order on something doesn't necessarily bind this judge whether he can release something or not. This is a criminal matter. This judge has discretion of his own to say whether these things can be released or impounded or whatever he chooses to do. So I don't think he liked Diller's argument of, well, this judge ordered, some of this to be impounded if we get it and we can't disseminate it. And I don't want to get in trouble if you release it and then it gets disseminated. I think that argument, I get why Diller made the argument. You know what I mean? Like, I agree that you don't want anyone getting in trouble because this judge released it, right? But all you'd have to say is, well, Your Honor, a judge in his case, in another case, allowed it to be publicly released. So there's nothing that we can do about that aspect of it, right? And then that judge, which is Judge Gilday, would look and say, okay, like, that's fine, right? Criminal, civil, two different things. This judge, who's part of this criminal case, has every right to decide in his own discretion whether or not they release it. I don't think he liked Diller's argument. And even though I am pro the family and pro the witnesses, I don't know if it's going to fly, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know what the judge is going to do in that scenario. I don't know.
I appreciate that. And if you're inclined to do that, I certainly would ask you to do it.
Well,
I don't think he's going to grant it.
That's why I asked you if you opposed it. And you said no. So
But if that's your inclination, any layer of protection we appreciate. But unfortunately, this is out on the internet, number one.
Not me. Wasn't me.
He's given it to Mr. Diller as a pro se, non-party deponent.
So why do you need it from Mr. Diller? Why do you need it from me if you already have it?
I don't know that I have it. I know that I just got a link from Mr. Carney a couple days ago because I went into our case and also got a motion to compel, which was allowed. So I'm entitled to at least compare the two matters to see whether they are consistent and that it's comprehensive. I appreciate.
Why isn't this before Judge Gilday, not me?
It was before Judge Gilday and he issued an order. There's a separate issue, which is we've executed a protective order and any of the materials that will be provided from this case to us will be protected. There's also been a Gilday order that there's no dissemination or discussion of any of the confidential information. So there will be no leaks of data
to do with this case,
into the world. And this case will come to judgment prior to the O'Keefe case.
This has nothing
So
to do
we'd
with
ask
that
that we get access to those
No.
materials. We know that they
Absolutely
are
not.
the authentic materials, and we request we'll execute the protective order, as will the other parties who do not object in the O'Keefe matter. Will all execute the same confidentiality protective order, and it'll be used exclusively in that case.
For the record,
Different
let's get your
case.
name, sir.
Attorney Mark Diller on behalf of the O'Keefe family.
Thank you. Okay.
That's gonna
Any
be
further,
kind
anybody
of
want to be heard on this?
not the same case, unfortunately.
I don't have
I don't
any
think the judge is gonna
objection
do
to providing Mr. Dillo with a copy of the same materials that I believe are already out there on the internet. Ironically, they've been released not by Mr. Kearney personally, but through someone who was associated with him, as I
Shocker.
understand it. The problem that I'm dealing with is
There's Judge Krupp's protective order.
is essentially found on Exhibit B to the motion to intervene, which is the order from Judge Sisitsky, which was entered in the Karen Reed case. That motion was brought by Mr. Bradle on behalf.
So I think maybe that has to do with Karen's phones and if they get anything from it, blah, blah, blah. I remember that, but maybe this has to do with Aiden's phones because they don't specify what it is, the materials, right? That they want to keep private, right? This judge is Judge Belazos or Belazos. I don't know how you say it. It's Belezos. I don't know, butcher the poor guy's name. I don't know how you pronounce it, but that's who this judge is. He's usually out of Plymouth County, or has been before. Right now, he's sort of in Suffolk, I guess, because that's where he is. Well, was this morning.
Of Mr. Kearney and Mr. Bradle, as I recall, wished to bring it with respect to both the Karen Reed case and with respect to this.
Well, so that's the thing. It was part of Judge Sisitsky's motion to intervene to get the materials if they were released and then looks through, basically, so on and so forth.
This case, Judge Sisitsky announced at the outset that he was only there to deal with the Karen Reed case. He wasn't going to touch the Kearney case, but the language of the order prohibits all agents of the Commonwealth, which would seem to include me at the moment, Your Honor, from requires us to maintain the confidentiality, which is now essentially non-existent, not share, publish, disseminate, or otherwise disclose the data or any information concerning the data. So I may be partially to blame for this matter being before Your Honor this morning because my position was I'm happy to give it to you, but I don't want to get caught between an order on the criminal side telling me that I have to protect this information, not release it, not disclose it, and an order on the civil side saying turn it over in response to the subpoena.
And this has already been produced by Mr. Kearney on his own?
Yep.
That's my
correct, Your Honor.
understanding.
Yes,
Okay.
as a pro se, non-party deponent.
All right, I'll take it under advisement. Okay. Next motion.
I think this is where someone acts a fool
I
and
think
the judge kicks
139, this was
everyone
the
out of
issue
Zoom.
of the items from the team. Anybody want to be heard on this?
Yes, I'd like to do.
Okay, I'll hear you.
Uh,
I allowed it provisionally, but issued an order saying it couldn't be designated.
Right. The only thing I would say, Your Honor, is reading paper 134, which was the impounded report from Mr. Verino. It looks like some of the work has been completed, and there are 2 instances where he's looking for guidance from the court. That's the very last item, Apple iPhone A1549, and Apple iPhone on the next page, where he says the extraction attempts failed and he would need permission and an order to request an attempt by a law enforcement agency. I'm not sure how long it would take to accomplish those things. I haven't had an opportunity since, thanks to Your Honor's allowing my motion. I've only had this now for a couple of days. I haven't had an opportunity to check with somebody with more sophistication than I in matters of electronics and extraction. Someone more sophisticated than I would probably be any 12-year-old I could stop on the street, but I don't really understand what this would involve and how long it would take and what the expense would be. So I'd like a little time to look into that. But with respect to what's already been done, and it seems to be that they have, for example, the next to last entry, Honorable Macy reviewed and marked item for privilege. Working on producing the potential privilege notations by Honorable Macy, which items are deemed privileged for defense production. This was dated March 25th of 2026. This taint team process has been very laborious, and I would really like to get the ball rolling on this, or rolling a little further before we are up against the trial date.
How soon do you think, how long will it take you to formulate your position on further steps?
I don't think it will take me long at all, Your Honor. A week.
A week. Mr. Bettero, Mr. Bradel, you want to be heard on any of this?
Judge, I don't object to a
No.
week, if counsel wants to.
You have the materials he has, he's released to you,
Yes,
the report.
yes.
Okay, so,
See, I wasn't even aware of that.
well, that was the order that I issued.
Oh, you mean this? But. Okay,
That was the order that I got, was to release that report.
right. But the text of the report says that they have the data, Macy's reviewed it or has reviewed some of it. I would like some indication to the taint team that would like to get it.
I don't know what exactly is in play here. Mr. Brett,
Yes, Judge.
you work with Mr. Cosgrove.
Okay, that's
You guys need to file a further motion to assist this process, to speed it up. Just get it to me.
we would like to
I'll draft
receive it first.
something,
Yeah.
to Mr. Bradel, and
Yeah, you guys can work. You
We'd
don't,
like to receive it first, though, Your Honor. I appreciate Commonwealth referenced this in their submission, that to the extent that there is a privileged notations in here, we'd like to see it first,
Absolutely.
evaluate it.
understood. I get that part.
Okay.
All right, so look, get a report back to me 2 weeks from today, all right? And if you need a further court order to move the ball forward, I'd be glad to do that. All right, I assume you guys will come up with some agreement on it, right?
yeah, I
Mr. Bradel?
think it'll be a good.
Yes, Judge,
problem.
I think I proposed to counsel that I'd just like to have it for, let's say, a week prior to the.
This will give you 2 weeks to sort this out.
All right,
All right,
appreciate it. Thank you.
I suspect you don't need me to interfere with this.
I don't think so, Your Honor.
Yeah, my understanding may be less than a 12-year-old. Okay, last issue, which is the issue for disclosure on Proctor. Did you folks have some discussion about this?
Yes. We did, Your Honor. We're almost there. All right. I think we need court guidance on one disparity.
It's very wide right now. Far too wide. All right. I think I know where you can go. I'm not sure
we're not going to make you go through the labor of looking at our stuff.
All right. Tell you what. 2 weeks to give me a report on where you stand on that. All right. If you guys can reach an agreement, we will. That's fantastic.
Whoa!
All right. We're going to close the Zoom now. That's it. The Zoom is shut down.
See, like, why do dumb shit like that? You know what I mean? Like, why do people do that shit? So, of course, the judge shuts the Zoom off immediately. And then we have to switch to this nonsense, which, no thank you. Like, no thank you.
Probably.
We can barely hear it, so I jacked up the volume.
Mr. Bradle has agreed that essentially the same protective order will be issued, which essentially boils down to that the materials provided will be provided only for the use of counsel and may be shown to the client. The client may not receive copies.
Most of this anyway is really just them arguing out like what dates are going to happen, what's going to happen when. And I wrote the dates down, right? So the motions in limine are due by the 18th of November. And then they have a filing day of the 12th of November for those to be filed by. And then December 7th would be trial as of right now. So essentially what happens in this portion isn't really super important. They just kind of argue back and forth about like the judge tells them like talk to each other if you're working things out about, you know, dates, times, stuff you still need to give each other. And so both parties agree. There's one portion where they try to move the trial back. Bradle tries to move it back and he's like, well, what about December, you know, this day, 1 week after or whatever. And then Cosgrove was like, no, what about like the 20th of November? And Aiden turns to Bradle and goes, like, because of course they want to push it back little by little, not forward, right? But unfortunately, what happened is it backfired and it pushed it forward, pushed at least the filing dates and stuff forward so that it's a start contention in that week, right? And so Bradle basically has to go back and forth and better on the dates. And the judge is like, well, it's going to have to be these dates, right? And so the dates I just read you was what they ended up on. But Aiden makes this face at his attorney like, no, we got to buy more time. Like, your time's run out, my guy. Your time has fucking run out, right? So most of it is really just them doing scheduling, dates, whatever. And then the judge saying that the Cosgrove saying that they need some clarification on, I forget what it was. It was something stupid. And that was that. Right. So it was a whole lot of nothing right here at the end anyway. Thank God all the substance was in what we saw. The end there was just, you know, whatever. You guys can go back and watch it if you want. It's not really anything important other than like dates, which I just told you, and them arguing about, you know, giving stuff back and forth to each other. And they don't really even argue about it. The judge is just like, okay, are you guys in talks? And they're like, yeah. And it was like, I'll give you 2 weeks to file any motion you need to file and 2 weeks to decide where you guys are on that, and then check in with me and tell me where you are on that, right? And then 2 weeks to decide something else. I forget what the other thing was, like, well, what you're asking for right now is too broad, he said to Bradle about, and it wasn't clear because you couldn't hear what they were talking about, but that was it. That was literally it. So the last, like, 12 minutes are basically that. You guys can go back and listen to it later. It's 5:50. I've been here for 4 hours, and I was here obviously this morning for 2 hours. So I am going to try to skedaddle and go figure out dinner because my stomach is eating itself. I'm hungry. I'm hangry, actually. I'm angry, and I need to eat food. Eat food now. I only had a breakfast sandwich this morning at 10:30 in the morning, and now I'm starving like a hostage. So I am going to go eat. I love your stinking faces. Tomorrow we will have lots of check up and commentary on some of the stuff I'm going to go look into now while I'm waiting for my food to finish cooking after I toss it in. And I got to redo my board here. And yeah, so don't look for me early in the morning tomorrow. It will not be 9 a.m. I promise you that. Unless there's a hearing, you will not see me at 9 a.m. Still jury selection in the Clancy case. So once jury selection ends, we'll cover the trial front to back, right? But not while jury selection is happening. It's kind of freaking boring anyway. They might ask some questions preliminary. We can go over that in clips, just in a regular stream. I can pull up the clips of like them asking the jurors anything if they're doing voir dires, right? So, and any motion preliminary that just come in late or something. But I think most of it's just jury selection, which they don't let you see anyway. They kind of just black it out, and then you're just waiting to hear the judge say good morning and good night. So when the trial starts, though, we'll cover the whole thing, you know, because that one, again, is happening here. It's a pretty popular one. It's one I've been following since it happened. It's a really sad story. Lindsay Clancy. The whole thing is just sad, really. But I love your stinking faces, and I will see y'all in the morning. On your way out, please smash the like button. I'm going to say a big thank you to everybody once again who donated. Christina, thank you. Mishi, thank you. Thank you, Darkside, for all your gems. Thank you, Mike, of course, for showing up and being here and having conversations. We appreciate you. Thank you, Nan, Darkside for gems. Thank you, Miss Elisa, Darkside. Thank you, Space Coast, Darkside and your little gems. I love them. Rose, Van Pan, thank you guys so much. If you're catching me on this restream, we appreciate you. If you'd like to donate to the channel as well, you absolutely can through the regular donation options. That goes, you know, direct. And I will read them in the morning. I love when I get them when I'm not live because it just tells somebody who's watching it, like on the restream. It just like reminds you, like, hey, somebody's watching it, like, you know, restreaming it. And they weren't there when you were live, but they're watching it now, you know. But if I do get any, which isn't, it's rare, but if I do, I will read it in the morning. I love your stinking faces, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.